My name is Gloria, and I'm 33 years old. 2 years ago, I married Andy, and we lived together in an apartment. In the beginning, I thought we'd have a happy life together, sharing responsibilities and making it work. But things didn't turn out as I imagined. It wasn't just the differences between me and Andy, it was his mom. It all started in the first month after our wedding. One morning, I was getting ready for work as usual when my mother-in-law showed up unexpectedly. She looked at me and asked, "Where are you going this early?" When I said I was heading to work, her expression changed. She was shocked and said, "You're married now, why are you even thinking about going to work? You're Andy's wife. Stay home and do your duties." To make things worse, Andy didn't back me up. He just grabbed his stuff, said, "I'm going to be late for work, bye," and left me to deal with her. I told her politely, I need to get to work too, but she wasn't having it. She started lecturing me, saying, "You're supposed to trust Andy to provide and take care of the house like a proper wife." I managed to leave by handing her a spare key and asking her to lock up when she left. Big mistake. When I came home that evening, she was still there. As soon as I walked in, she yelled at me to sit down. I was so startled I just did as she said. Then she started giving me a long lecture about how a wife should behave, based on her old-fashioned beliefs. Andy came home in the middle of it, and she dragged him into the lecture too. She scolded him, saying, "You're the husband, take control of your wife. If you don't, the family will fall apart." Andy just kept apologizing to her. I couldn't understand why he was acting so spineless. Times have changed, and her values are outdated. She shouldn't be forcing them on us. After she finally left, I confronted Andy. "Why do you always listen to her? She's just trying to make us live her way, and it's not fair." Andy sighed and said, "I'm sorry, but I can't stand up to her. Can't you just do what she says for once?" "No way," I replied. "You know how much my job means to me. Next time she shows up, I won't let her in." Andy panicked and said, "Don't do that. She'll get mad and blame me for not controlling my wife." His response made me even angrier. It's true, isn't it? We're in this situation because you never stand up to your mom. Can't you at least talk to your dad and ask him to get her to stop interfering?" I said. Andy sighed, "But Mom doesn't listen to Dad either. See, your mom is full of contradictions. She says a wife shouldn't do whatever she wants because it ruins the family, but she's the one breaking us apart." Andy didn't like that. "Don't talk badly about my mom," he snapped, glaring at me, a rare thing for him. "If you can stand up to me like this, maybe you should show the same strength with your mother," I shot back. Even though I was frustrated, I reminded myself that I chose Andy, flaws and all, I still loved him, so I decided to try harder to get along with my mother-in-law. To be fair, I'd had bad luck with past boyfriends. They were all bossy and controlling. I thought Andy, being quiet and gentle, would make me happy, but it turned out he was so passive that it sometimes felt like I was on my own. Still, I believed I could change things if I tried hard enough. So, I focused on balancing work and house chores perfectly, yet my mother-in-law kept showing up unannounced, finding something to complain about. "Aren't you neglecting housework because you're working?" she said once. I stayed calm and invited her to look around. "Do you see anything I've missed? Is there a problem with how I've managed the house?" She looked annoyed and said, "Isn't Andy helping you?" Then she glared at Andy. Andy turned pale and shook his head quickly. He never lied to his mother, and she believed him completely. What she didn't know was that Andy actually helped with the housework, because I made him. We had agreed to keep it a secret from her. At first, Andy was clueless about chores, so I had to teach him everything, but he learned, and we made it work. Even so, my mother-in-law wasn't satisfied. As she left that day, she grumbled, "It might look fine now, but I'll get proof this isn't going to last. Just wait." She was relentless. She kept showing up every week, nitpicking the house and lecturing me. "Look at this dusty corner, see? You can't handle housework and a job. Quit your job and focus on the house." This went on for 2 years, and I was exhausted. Her visits were stressful, and she would inspect everything, fridge, closets, you name it. She was driving me crazy. One day, during one of her surprise visits, she was rummaging through the fridge. "What's this? There's barely anything in here. How can you call yourself a wife? Quit your job and take care of Andy properly." Just then, Andy walked in, carrying big shopping bags. Terrible timing. My mother-in-law froze, shocked, and then exploded. "Gloria, how dare you make Andy do housework?" I stayed calm and replied, Actually, this is normal now. Most families don't follow those old-fashioned ideas anymore. Her face turned red, and she yelled, "You're ruining everything with your selfish ways. Disgusting. And Andy, why do you let her do this? Be a man." Andy stayed quiet, pale-faced, as he put the bags down. Honestly, he really is pathetic sometimes. I thought about it carefully, then decided to speak firmly to my mother-in-law. "I've been holding this in for a while, but isn't this disrespectful? Andy and I are equals as husband and wife. We respect each other and share responsibilities. Neither of us carries the entire burden. I plan to keep working even if we have kids, and when that time comes, Andy will help with raising them. We are our own family now, separate from yours, so I'd appreciate it if you didn't interfere too much." My mother-in-law shook her head and said, "I'm done with this house," before leaving. After she left, Andy looked at me nervously and apologized. "I'm sorry I didn't stand up to her." I smiled and reassured him, "You don't need to apologize. I accepted a long time ago that you're not confrontational, and that's okay. Don't worry about your mom, just be yourself. I love you." Andy nodded, tears in his eyes. From that point on, my mother-in-law stopped coming over uninvited, and we didn't have much contact with her. One day, I wasn't feeling well and decided to take a day off work to visit the doctor. After taking a pregnancy test, it turned out positive. At the OBGYN, I found out I was 5 weeks pregnant, with twins. I told Andy the news first, and he was overjoyed. We shared the happy news with our families, and everyone congratulated us. For the first time in a long while, my mother-in-law visited us. To my surprise, she smiled warmly and said, "Congratulations, Gloria. From now on, I'll support you however I can. Please don't hesitate to ask me for help." It was the first time I'd seen her smile like that, and I felt sincere gratitude toward her. As the pregnancy progressed, the morning sickness got worse, and I decided to take maternity leave early. With twins on the way, I planned to return to work a year after giving birth. In the meantime, I did as much housework as I could. Andy, my parents, and even my in-laws pitched in to help. We found out we were having 2 girls. My mother-in-law immediately started buying baby items, even though my due date was still far away. She even got toys meant for 5-year-olds. I didn't think it was necessary yet, but I smiled and thanked her for the thought. She seemed happy. While I was enjoying this peaceful moment, my mother-in-law suddenly said, "Now Andy can finally have a decent family." Her words caught me off guard. "What do you mean by that?" I asked, feeling uneasy. She explained, "I mean, you'll finally be a proper housewife. Andy might have it tough with twins, but he'll be motivated to work even harder at his job. You'll support him and be a good mom to the kids. That's what a decent family is." Her words made me feel disgusted. I sighed, realizing I'd probably have to keep dealing with her mindset forever. With a blank expression, I calmly told her the truth. "I'm going back to work after my maternity leave." "What? You're joking, right?" she asked, visibly shocked. "No, I'm serious. Also, after I go back to work, Andy will quit his job. We've decided he'll be a full-time stay-at-home dad." "Huh? What nonsense are you saying? You're the mother. Don't you want to raise your own children?" I replied, "My income is higher than Andy's. It makes sense for me to keep working while he stays home." We both agreed this would be better for the kids. My mother-in-law's face turned red, and she began trembling with anger. "Impossible. This is unacceptable. I didn't raise Andy to live like this. Divorce. I'll make him divorce you," she shouted before storming out of the apartment. Later that day, Andy came home from work looking grim. "Mom was so annoying. She called me at work, saying what we decided is all wrong. I'm worried she might try something crazy. Gloria, why don't you go stay at your parents' house for a while and have the twins there?" It was rare for Andy to suggest something. Even when he proposed to me, he had been so nervous he couldn't even say, "Will you marry me?" I appreciated his thoughtfulness and courage this time. "All right, I'll do that," I said, agreeing to his plan. I told my parents everything and decided to have the babies in my hometown. While I stayed there, I called Andy every day. It reminded me of the days when we were dating and couldn't meet often, so we'd talk on the phone like this. My mother-in-law was still furious and even brought divorce papers to Andy, but he reassured her that he'd never leave me and even suggested a new plan to deal with the situation. Finally, I gave birth to our twin girls. Andy stayed with me at my parents' house to help me recover and adjust. Once things settled, he returned to our apartment to prepare for the next step. One day, I got a call from my mother-in-law. Hello, Gloria. Only Andy came back, and he didn't say anything about you. You're not planning to return here, are you? I'm coming back tomorrow with the babies, I replied. No, don't come back. I don't want to see your face. You and Andy are getting divorced anyway. Why not just stay with your parents? Andy must have gone there to talk about the divorce, right? Her tone was so excited that I couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry about us, but I don't think Andy wants to see you anymore. What do you mean? She asked, sounding confused. I continued, hasn't Andy told you? You and he are no longer in contact. He went back to the apartment to pack. We're moving out tomorrow. Haven't you seen any moving boxes around? No, I haven't seen anything like that. The place looks clean, though. Andy must have worked hard to tidy it up. Then I faintly heard Andy's voice in the background, as if the call was on speaker. His voice became clearer. Sorry, Gloria, I didn't expect Mom to call you. It's fine, I replied. How's the packing going? Almost done. I hid the boxes, because I thought Mom might make a scene if she saw them. Wow, good thinking. Thank you for handling everything. Suddenly, my mother-in-law started yelling, Andy, what are you talking about? Are you really moving and cutting ties with me? Andy calmly but firmly responded, Yes, Mom, I've had enough. You've caused us so much stress with your constant interference. We've decided to cut ties with you. And by the way, when did you make a duplicate key without our permission? Hand it over so I can return it to the management company. Shocked, she stammered, Wait, Andy, you're divorcing Gloria, aren't you? Or, are you cutting ties with me instead? I never said I'm divorcing Gloria. She earns more than me, and if she stopped working, our family would struggle. The girls would suffer too. But that's just temporary, and Gloria's father and brother running a company has nothing to do with her, right? This time, I spoke up. Actually, I work for my brother's company. He's starting another one soon, and I'll be taking over his current company as president. Huh? A woman as president? She asked, stunned. Yes, but for now, I'm focusing on my current role. I'll go back to work after my maternity leave. We've mentioned this before, remember? Yes, Andy added, we told you during our wedding reception, but maybe you forgot. My mother-in-law stayed silent for a long time, unable to respond. Then Andy said, Oh, by the way, Barry works for Gloria's brother's company. If you keep this attitude, what will happen to Barry? Barry is Andy's second brother, and he works as a sales manager at my brother's company. I met Barry at the wedding and learned he was Andy's brother. My mother-in-law's voice trembled when she replied, Oh my God, I didn't know, I swear. Please, don't fire Barry. He's struggling with 3 kids. Please don't do this. I almost laughed. I can't fire someone just because of you, but really, please stop interfering in our family. Well, I guess it doesn't matter anymore, huh? She said, still ranting. Andy then hung up the phone forcefully. The next day, my parents dropped me off at our new house with the twins. The movers had already unpacked everything, and Andy and my parents helped set things up. Soon after, my father-in-law came over. After Andy cut ties with my mother-in-law, my father-in-law decided to follow suit. It turned out that my mother-in-law's imposition of her old values had affected not just Andy, but the entire family. Andy was the quietest and most obedient son, but when he rebelled against her, his brothers and father followed his lead. My father-in-law also left her and is now preparing for divorce with a lawyer. My mother-in-law has now been abandoned by all her family members. Andy quit his job and has been focusing on taking care of the twins. Meanwhile, I continue to work, as it's better for our family financially. No matter what anyone says, I will respect the decisions Andy and I made as a couple. We will continue building our happy family together. Thank you for watching until the end. If you enjoyed this, please subscribe to our channel. See you in the next video.
A small restaurant with the beautiful name Villa Gentile had opened just a year ago, replacing a beer bar. The establishment nestled in a cosy nook, mere steps from the heart of the city. Perhaps it was its convenient location that quickly made the restaurant popular, or its delicious, varied French menu, or maybe the marketeers had earned their keep by promoting the restaurant well on social media. Whatever the reasons, the restaurant was packed every day. From Friday night through Sunday, it transformed into an anthill. People perched at the bar like sparrows, waiting for tables to open up, while others added their names to the waiting list. The waiters, bartenders and kitchen staff worked tirelessly. By shift's end, their legs and heads were buzzing. Occasional pitiful moans could be heard from the back room or smoking room. Debbie, a fifth-year student, wasn't one to complain. Life's difficulties had hardened her early on. She'd started at the restaurant when it opened, working part-time, then stayed on as a weekend server. Debbie could proudly call herself a veteran who'd weathered fire, water, corporate parties, full boarding, and other riders of the apocalypse. Oh, the things Debbie had seen. During her weekend shifts, the French restaurant transformed into something straight out of a Hollywood movie. She'd broken up fights between drunken knights, wielding chairs as swords, while competing for a giggling lady's attention. Debbie had called cabs for these inebriated souls, coaxing home addresses from them. She'd even had to explain that they didn't have karaoke, and singing into a spoon was simply mauvais. She'd witnessed a marriage proposal with a ring hidden in dessert, and breakups where betrayed partners threw sparkling wine in their cheaters' faces. Debbie was always there with a napkin and the bill for that sparkling wine. Working at the restaurant was entertaining, if challenging, but this particular Friday night proved especially difficult for Debbie. Her mood soured in the dressing room. Running late for her shift, she rushed in and quickly changed into her uniform. Just as she pulled on her polo and tied her apron around her slim waist, her mother's text message arrived. It shouldn't have been a problem, but Charlene had never typically sent motherly messages. She never asked how her daughter was doing, whether she'd eaten her soup, worn a warm hat, how her studies were going, if she was working on her thesis, if she'd found a boyfriend, or even if she was alive. No, Charlene only surfaced to test her daughter's patience, usually asking for something, typically money. This time was no different. "Debbie, my daughter," Mum began sweetly, "would you be kind enough to help your mum put some money on my card? I need to pay utilities this month. I overspent and miscalculated." Debbie wanted to reply, "Leave me alone, you nasty scammer." Instead, she closed her eyes momentarily and took a deep breath. The calming technique might have worked if her stepfather's brazen, ugly smirking face hadn't appeared behind her closed eyelids, the man who drained her mother's money like a leech. Debbie decided to postpone her response. She turned off her phone and stuffed it into her bag. Smartphones weren't allowed in the dining room anyway. The truth was, Charlene had never shown interest in her daughter's life. Their communication had always been dry, brief, and purely practical. About school assignments or household chores. Her daughter's emotional life, friendships, crushes, hobbies, free time, or food preferences meant nothing to Charlene. But unwashed dishes or an unfilled garbage bag could trigger an hour-long lecture. Debbie might have grown up completely antisocial, if not for two other caring souls, a grandmother and her kitty, Bella. They all lived in a 2-bedroom apartment, tucked away on the first floor of an old building. Sometimes Debbie, looking at her family from the outside, thought that they resembled hereditary witches. Everyone, even the cat, was red-haired, although Grandmother had already turned grey. Grandma always tried to support her granddaughter. She took care of her, sincerely loved her. However, when Debbie turned 10, Grandmother was gone. It happened too sharply and suddenly. Debbie remembered how it had snowed the day before. The flakes were spinning outside the window in a waltz. Bella the cat was lying under the radiator. Grandma stood at the stove, deftly frying pancakes for breakfast. She flipped them with her fingers, and Debbie was shocked that Grandma didn't burn them. Then Grandma giggled as she taught Debbie how to braid beautiful, intricate braids. Debbie complained that the boys teased her for having such bright hair, and Grandma argued, "They just like you. Your grandfather used to pull my braids all the time, and then he confessed his love." She recalled her spouse with tenderness. Then one heart attack took and destroyed everything. Everything Debbie loved, her whole happy life. Debbie felt the loss of her grandmother deeply. It was hard for the girl to accept the loss of the only person who loved her. Strangers, neighbours and friends of her grandmother came to their apartment, comforted Debbie, stroked her head. They said comforting words, but Mum didn't comfort her daughter at all. She was busy. Debbie also remembered the strange time after the funeral, her mother's words and actions that made no sense. At the memorial table, instead of remembering her mother fondly, Charlene complained to the guests about the funeral costs. "Mum didn't even leave a penny," she lamented. Though Debbie, even as a little girl, knew that Grandma always saved money, she was saving it for Debbie's studies, the old lady had said. However, Mum took everything into her hands. After only a week, Charlene threw the cat Bella out on the street. She had never liked the animal, but the apartment had belonged to Debbie's grandmother, so Bella had been untouchable until now. "I'm not going to clean up after her or feed her. That's another expense," Charlene declared. Winter was at its peak. Debbie, learning what her mother had done, left home and walked for hours in the street, sobbing in the cold, letting the wind beat against her wet cheeks. She called for the kitty until her throat was hoarse. But Bella didn't answer. A neighbour, noticing the child's condition, brought Debbie home. Mum fussed, mumbling something about Bella escaping on her own, and then, closing the door behind the neighbour, turned on her daughter. "Why are you embarrassing me? Go to your room," demanded the mother. Debbie obeyed. In the morning, she faced even more of her mother's wrath when the mercury thermometer showed almost 40 degrees. The search for the cat had taken its toll. Mum treated her daughter nothing like grandmother had. There was no love, no tenderness, no care. Time passed, and somehow Debbie knew that when the time came, her mother would throw her out, just like the red cat Bella. And so it happened. After school, Debbie entered linguistic college on a scholarship. Debbie had thought practically, knowing that language skills would always be valuable. She could become a tutor, teacher, translator, or work in tourism. By this time, Catherine had become independent. She saw her mother as merely a roommate, not a relative. The young girl took various part-time jobs because her mother gave her no spending money. Barely 18, instead of a birthday cake, Debbie's mother brought a man into the house. Jerry was 2 years younger than her mother and had lived in a dormitory before meeting her. He worked as a loader, was bald and overweight. But Charlene fell in love with him as if he were a Turkish sheikh. Debbie, who already tried to come home only to sleep, vanished from sight. She hated sharing space with Jerry, who leered at her. He especially liked waiting for her to leave the bathroom, commenting on how nice she smelled from her shampoo. When Debbie protested, he laughed and said they were almost family. She was like a daughter to him. Such comments made her feel even worse. Soon Charlene packed her daughter's things, opened the door to a new independent life, and wished her good fortune, saying she had fulfilled her parental duty. "You see, Debbie, you're grown up now," Mum explained. "It's time for you to be independent, or you'll never learn. But you understand the situation. I need to build my life, find my happiness as a woman. How can the 3 of us live in one apartment? In one room? Jerry and I are planning to marry. We need our own space, you know." Debbie didn't argue. She herself didn't want to stay near Jerry. Debbie first stayed with friends, secretly borrowing a mattress in a dormitory, then rented a place with roommates. Throughout this time, she balanced work and studies. Debbie went through several living situations before finding a tiny apartment, which she rented from a pensioner for practically nothing. The place was what people would call a shantytown, but Debbie only cared about having the basics: a desk, a shower, a refrigerator, and a bed, preferably without sharing space with cockroaches or bedbugs. Like Scrooge McDuck, Debbie saved every penny she earned, instead of spending it on clothes or cosmetics, dreaming of one day having her own place. Despite everything, Debbie rarely turned down her mother's help. Sometimes she sarcastically asked why her mother's loader couldn't pay for a new microwave or the internet bill, but then the woman fell into hysterics about raising such an ungrateful daughter. Debbie should have cut ties with her mother long ago, but she feared being completely alone in the world. This Friday evening, thoughts were already swirling in her head about giving all her tips to her mother again, because, judging by how packed the restaurant was, at least she'd have a decent amount to give. After 5 hours of intense work, Debbie was exhausted. Her calves burned and her head spun from juggling orders. Yet she maintained her smile and gave each table proper attention, never discriminating between customers like some of her colleagues did. Take Sasha, for instance, an arrogant and mercantile waitress, who once asked Debbie to look after her table. "There's some lowlife there talking nonsense. I might lose my temper," she had fumed. "And don't expect a tip. Why do people like that even come to restaurants? They should stick to burgers." Debbie entered the dining hall expecting to find an unpleasant customer. She actually liked straightforward Sasha. Perhaps the guest had harassed her because of her stunning figure. Instead, she found a handsome young man by the window. Noticing Debbie, he shyly repeated his request. "I invited a girl to your restaurant. I really like her. I wanted to impress her since this place is popular with her friends." He blushed. "But my salary's been delayed, everything's gone wrong, and I'm on a tight budget. Could you help me plan the order in advance, to make it special, but still a surprise?" Unlike her colleague, Debbie was moved by his request, especially by his reddening ears and nervous napkin fidgeting. "Tell me what your girlfriend likes. We'll make your date beautiful." She smiled warmly. That evening, Debbie went above and beyond to ensure the young man's companion enjoyed everything. She asked the kitchen to present the dishes beautifully and even got the musicians to dedicate a song to them. Her efforts paid off. The girl gazed adoringly at her date and praised his choices. Debbie added, "Yes, your companion has excellent taste. He selected some of our finest dishes." The young man looked at her gratefully. As Sasha predicted, he couldn't leave a tip, but he crafted a rose from a napkin, and that made Debbie genuinely happy. The story didn't end there. The young man returned with the same girl later. They had tea and desserts, and afterward Debbie found a generous tip and another napkin rose. This evening, however, seemed cursed. The customers were irritable and frequently snapped at her. The final test of Debbie's patience came when 2 self-proclaimed queens entered. Fashionably dressed blondes, barely older than Debbie herself, who nearly grabbed her elbow as she carried another table's order. "Hey, girl!" one blonde called, pursing her bright scarlet lips. "We have a reservation in the smoking section, under name Hannah." Debbie, barely keeping hold of her heavy tray, forced a smile and promised to fetch the hostess. The blonde clicked her tongue and folded her arms across her chest, but waited patiently. Debbie prayed Hannah and her friend would be seated in someone else's section. They'd probably get along great with Sasha. But the heavenly office seemed closed to waitresses' prayers that night. "Debbie, new table," Sasha shouted when the girl rushed into the kitchen. "Some airheads. They'll probably nibble on salad, nurse cocktails all night, and look for someone to pay for their tab. I need a smoke break before I spit in someone's glass." With that, Sasha left. Debbie took a deep breath, pushed through the swinging door and hurried back to the dining room. Just as Sasha predicted, the two guests each ordered a salad and cocktail. Hannah gave Debbie a cold look and demanded, "Keep the ashtray clean. I hate seeing ashes in it." Half an hour later, after 2 clean ashtrays and 2 new cocktails, the 2 women in the room found their target. They immediately stopped laughing like hyenas, straightened their backs, and showed off their low-cut necklines. It was obvious they had shifted into hunting mode. Debbie immediately sensed the change in their mood and, glancing over her shoulder, noticed 2 young men. They were good-looking and fashionably dressed. A blue-eyed brunette in a black turtleneck that emphasized his figure and dark jeans, and a brown-haired man in a jacket and pants. Debbie took their order for hookah, steaks, and drinks, not cheap ones. The choice of dishes impressed the blondes. Perhaps they hadn't eaten anything heavier than arugula and tomatoes in ages, or maybe they were calculating the young men's wealth based on their order of Chateaubriand steak. Between the blondes' table and their targets was only a small aisle, through which Debbie shuttled like a river tram in tourist season. She noticed the girls doing their best to flirt with the young men, parading past toward the ladies' room while throwing sultry glances, biting their lips and giggling. When their first attempts failed, they decided to escalate their performance, with Debbie becoming an unwitting part of their scene. "Hey, girl!" called out one blonde, stretching the last syllable like sticky gum. Debbie, who had long joked that she needed a name tag reading "girl," since no one here used Debbie, smiled and nodded to the blonde, her whole demeanour saying, "I see you, I hear you, and I'll be there in a moment." The blonde frowned her perfect eyebrows, displeased with this response. She raised her hand and waggled her long-nailed manicured fingers, repeating louder and more irritably her call. Debbie mentally prayed again, though she had little hope for heavenly support. This is how atheists are made. Abandoning her tasks, she turned abruptly and walked toward the blondes. "Yes?" Debbie glanced at the ashtray, where a cigarette butt had just been extinguished. "I told you to change the ashtray more often." Hannah wrinkled her nose, then waved her hand. "That's not why I called you. What did you give me?" Debbie looked at the dish before the guest. On a huge plate lay pink shrimp, atop a bed of mixed salad, arugula, cherry tomatoes, avocado slices, sun-dried tomatoes and capers. The salad came with a generous portion of grated parmesan that guests could add to taste. It looked appealing, though Debbie herself wasn't fond of such salads. To her, it looked like shrimp had simply tumbled onto some vegetables. Debbie, exhausted from work and study, preferred heartier food like hot soup and beefsteak. Still, female guests loved this salad, and the sauce was excellent. "This is the Marseille salad with grilled tiger shrimp," said Debbie. "Was something not to your liking?" "I didn't like any of it." The girl raised her voice, picking at the salad leaves with her fork. "It tastes awful. The greens are stale, the tomatoes are sour, and the dressing too. Just one bite made me sick. It made my cheeks tighten." Debbie maintained her composure, though she suspected the lady's face was tight from Botox rather than the salad. She explained that she couldn't remove the plate without the administrator's approval. I'm sorry the dish didn't meet your expectations. Let me call the administrator so we can resolve this and make it right," she offered politely. "We can either replace the dish or remove it from your check." "No, you need to take it yourself. Don't hide behind professional phrases," the blonde demanded unexpectedly. "I want you to know what you're serving to guests." "Excuse me?" Debbie asked, not quite processing the request, her hands clasped behind her back. The blonde didn't repeat herself immediately. Instead, she took another drag from her cigarette, but rather than using the ashtray, she flicked the ash directly onto the plate. Grey flakes settled like snow on the arugula. Pretending not to notice what she'd done, the blonde pushed the plate across the table. "Here, taste what you're poisoning people with. I want you to realise what slop you're serving. You're the one who recommended this salad, but what else could I expect from a waitress's taste?" Hannah's friend giggled sycophantically. Hannah stared expectantly at her red-headed opponent. Something snapped inside Debbie then, like a switch flipping. She smiled at the insolent guest. "Please forgive me, but I've never tasted slop in my life. Therefore, I can't answer your question or judge whether this salad tastes like slop. Of course, I could call the administrator, another waitress, or the cook. However, I don't think any of our staff have experience with slop. You're clearly the only expert on that matter, but we trust your judgment." Debbie squeezed her fingers behind her back more tightly, fighting the urge to use her fists. She was always patient, sweet and friendly. But Debbie, no matter how bad the conditions, never considered herself a second-class person. She wasn't going to let an arrogant blonde walk all over her just to impress a guy and flaunt her status. Meanwhile, the guys behind Debbie's back laughed. The brown-haired one even clapped his hands a couple of times, delighted with the waitress's response. Hannah blushed, her face twisted with anger. She threw the cigarette onto the plate and jumped up, towering over Debbie by about 10 centimetres. "How dare you! Call the administrator here! No, the manager! You won't work here any more!" Debbie was about to fulfil the request when suddenly the blonde's gaze shifted from her face to somewhere behind her. The girl instantly became flustered, shrinking back as an uncertain smile appeared on her lips. "Oh, you decided to interfere." She tucked a strand behind her ear. "You shouldn't have. You see, sometimes people need to be told where they belong, but I'm used to it." Debbie looked over her shoulder and saw a brunette in a turtleneck. He stood next to her, measuring the blonde with his gaze. "Yes, I decided to intervene. I can't ignore this situation. As it happens, I'm the son of the restaurant manager. My father, Henry Toffler, opened it not long ago. It's only been a year. I sometimes come to check how things are going." He grinned. "And you, I take it, often put on such performances?" The blonde blushed and started fidgeting with her hair again. "Not really. Don't bother explaining." He nodded at the table. "Please pay the bill and leave the establishment. I won't allow you to insult my employees. If you disagree, we can call the police. You are welcome to take your uneaten salad with you." Hannah's face went slack. She stared at the guy in shock while he calmly held her gaze. "You know what? Fine, we're leaving. I'll never set foot in here again. Come on, Claire." She threw money on the table and, grabbing her bag, stormed out. Her friend followed. The guy looked at the discarded bills. "Is it enough?" he asked. "If not, I'll cover the rest." Debbie looked at the brunette with surprise and scepticism. "I'm sorry, but thank you for your help. But who are you? Our manager's name isn't Henry, and he has a child, though her name is Molly. You don't look like a Molly." "That's because you haven't seen me in braids and a skirt." The brunette laughed, then extended his hand. "I'm Todd. I just wanted to help you, Debbie. I couldn't sit by and watch." "So you just lied to them?" Debbie muttered, unsure how to respond. She took his hand timidly. She noticed that he had used her name after seeing it on her name tag. Somehow that small detail made her feel warm inside. "I confess," Todd tilted his head in an endearing bird-like way. "Should I bring them back and apologize?" A strand of his thick hair fell over his eyes. Debbie felt herself blush. "No, you don't need to. Thank you," she said again. The conversation couldn't continue, as Sasha brought her colleague back to reality, pointing out that other guests needed attention. Debbie resumed her duties, floating through the hall like a busy bee, but her gaze kept drifting to the two young men, especially Todd. When Debbie's shift was ending, Todd approached her again. "Debbie, may I walk you home?" he asked straightforwardly. Debbie, without playing coy, smiled and nodded. "You can. Though it'll be quite a walk. I live—" Debbie was about to say something like, "at the end of the world," or "in the middle of nowhere," paused and lowered her eyes. "I live rather far away." "Then we're lucky I have a car." Todd smiled broadly. Sasha, hearing this, was thrilled for her friend. Though she could be difficult at times, she was still sincere and good-hearted. "How fortunate! I've noticed these guys before, even caught their eye. Such gentle and handsome men," she said, applying lipstick to Debbie's lips and spritzing her neck with expensive perfume. "Just text me his license plate number, okay? And let him know I'll know exactly where to look if you don't show up for work." "Thanks. Now I definitely feel lucky," Debbie laughed, waving her off. "If you end up in his bed, text me too. You can write at night. Give me a live update," Sasha teased, giggling. Debbie, blushing, insisted that wouldn't happen. After all, she wasn't that kind of girl. Yet a couple of hours later, she found herself lying in Todd's bed, remembering Sasha's words and wondering if she should message her. The story of how Debbie ended up in Todd's apartment wasn't romantic at all. When Todd drove Debbie home, she discovered strangers inside. Her belongings were packed in bags and left in the hallway. "Debbie, I've been calling and calling, but you haven't answered." The landlady, who was still there despite the late hour, mumbled apologetically. "I turned my phone off at work. I forgot to turn it back on. What's happening?" Debbie demanded, staring at her modest possessions. "My relatives have come to visit. I can't throw them out on the street. They're family. And there's a small child. They need their own space." "But how can you throw me out?" Debbie gasped. "I paid you in advance." "I'll return your money. I'm honest, I don't want to keep what isn't mine." The old woman reached into her stained robe pocket, pulled out crumpled bills, and thrust them at her bewildered tenant. "Here, take it. We didn't have a contract, so I'm sorry. Check your things, but we've packed everything." Debbie knew she could make a scandal, but what was the use? She had been thrown out of the house like a dog, again. One could get used to it. "It's night time. Where do I go?" she asked dejectedly. "Here, sleep at your boyfriend's place," the old woman suggested, nodding behind Debbie's back. The girl had forgotten that Todd had decided to walk her to the door. She blushed deeply, imagining what he must think of her. However, the brunette simply shrugged his shoulders. "Let's go. I've got plenty of room." The guy grabbed her bags and carried them to the car. The dazed girl scrambled to follow. "No, what are you doing? You can't do that," she exhaled. "You can't spend the night on the street. The cops will pick you up. You'll get a hotel room behind bars with a view of a life of crime," he grinned, arranging the bags in the trunk. "Is this all your belongings?" "Uh-huh," Debbie nodded. "I'm kind of in favour of aestheticism." He snorted, slamming the trunk shut. "Well, Debbie, get in. Now you're going to see me off," Todd smiled. "And don't worry, things happen in life. My mother taught me to help whenever possible. She spent our whole childhood bringing home stray cats and dogs, caring for them, and finding them homes. I have the means to help you. There are 2 rooms in the apartment, and the bathroom locks from the inside. I can't lock your room, but you can move the closet if it makes you feel safer." Debbie hummed nervously, but meekly returned to the cosy interior of the foreign car. Until the last moment, she couldn't believe she had agreed to spend the night with a stranger. Was she expecting a catch? Perhaps, but there was none. Todd gave her clean linens so she wouldn't have to search for her own, showed her where she would sleep, and pointed out the bathroom and kitchen. "Help yourself to anything, don't be shy," Todd said. "I'm going to bed, okay?" Debbie didn't immediately realise that Todd had gone to sleep in the living room, giving her his bedroom. She thought she wouldn't be able to sleep a wink in someone else's bed, but Debbie was so exhausted that after her shower she fell asleep immediately. And in the morning, all hell broke loose. "Who are you? And what are you doing in my boyfriend's bed? Are you his mistress? And this, after I gave birth to his son and daughter?" Debbie's eyes flew open as she sat up abruptly, so quickly that stars danced before her eyes. When they cleared, she focused on a stately, gorgeous brunette woman in a classic suit, standing with arms crossed over her chest. "Oh, my God! I'm sorry, you've got it wrong," wailed a sleepy Debbie. "Todd was just helping me out. I had nowhere to sleep for the night. I had no choice, so I came to his place. He slept in the other room. Honestly." Debbie rambled excuses, alternately blushing and paling, not noticing that the girl before her was barely containing her laughter. Then the door opened, and a surprised Todd appeared, wearing a flowered apron. "Stacy, what are you doing here? I told you not to wake the guest." He frowned, brandishing a kitchen spatula. "Come on, I've always dreamed of playing the wronged wife." Stacy giggled, fixing her hair. She turned to the bewildered guest with a broad smile. "What do you think? Did I pull it off?" "I want to be an actress," she shared, climbing onto the bed without ceremony. "So far you've only succeeded in giving me a headache," Todd muttered. "Debbie, don't mind her. Sorry about the theatrics. This is my little sister. We were supposed to meet later." "Hi, Debbie." "Todd never brought girls home for breakfast before. Dinner, yes, but breakfast?" the sister prattled, teasing her brother. "Stacy, go eat your pancakes," Todd commanded. "Keep that chattering mouth busy." His sister, still grinning, bounced off the bed and headed to the kitchen. Only then did Debbie notice the smell of fresh pancakes. Her stomach growled. "Come on, Debbie. Sorry, I asked her to let you sleep." Todd shrugged. "But when do little sisters ever listen?" "It's okay," Debbie replied softly, oddly shy about meeting her host's eyes. 10 minutes later, she sat at the table between the siblings. After another 10 minutes, her full belly ached from constant laughter. Soon after, Debbie felt completely at ease in their company, as if she'd known them all her life. Stacy had helped dispel any morning awkwardness between Debbie and Todd. Debbie learned that Todd had worked as an architect in his father's company for 2 years, while Stacy studied at theatre school. Debbie could tell They were a wonderful family. Todd cared deeply for his little sister, she adored him, and their parents clearly loved them both. When the siblings prepared to leave for their commitments, Stacey took Debbie's hands in hers. "Don't leave, okay? I'll be back this evening. Stay at Todd's for now." Todd nodded, handing her a set of keys without hesitation. "Take whatever you need here, okay?" Debbie nodded shyly, and she did follow that advice. After a while, Debbie took what she wanted most, Todd's heart. Todd and Debbie, whose relationship began with cohabitation, fell deeply and tenderly in love. Todd admitted he had noticed the charming red-headed waitress before, but never found the courage to approach her. With Todd, Debbie found the loving family she'd always dreamed of. They even got a cat, a beautiful ginger girl who reminded them of Bella. Todd's mum had found the kitten on the street. And Debbie's mum? Eventually her daughter stood up to herself, explaining she had long ago fulfilled her duties as a daughter. Debbie left her past behind. She wasn't alone anymore. She was surrounded by people who truly loved her. Who would have thought that all it took was standing up to one rude customer? Who knew? Kerry hurried to work on a cool October morning. She wrapped herself in a light coat that was out of season. Yesterday had been quite warm, and she hadn't had time to prepare. She made a mental note to go through their things in the evening. It was time for her and Tony to prepare for colder weather. Thinking of her 4-year-old son, Kerry couldn't hold back a smile. He was so serious, so sensible, growing by leaps and bounds. He had been attending a kindergarten for a while now. The boy seemed to understand that he shouldn't cause his mother any unnecessary problems, and he didn't. He adapted to kindergarten quickly, no crying or tantrums like other children. Every morning he got up easily and even dressed himself. Most importantly, Tony rarely got sick at kindergarten, only catching occasional mild colds. Kerry was grateful for this blessing. While her colleagues' children were constantly in and out of the sick leave, Tony stayed healthy, as if understanding his mother couldn't afford to stay home with him. The clinic where she worked, a prestigious private medical centre in their city, wouldn't keep her if she took too many sick days. The facility catered to wealthy patients who could afford expensive treatments. The doctors' salaries were good, and Kerry was fortunate to have secured a position in the surgical department. She and Tony desperately needed the money. Therefore, the woman couldn't risk losing her job due to frequent absences. She knew they wouldn't make exceptions for her, but thankfully she hadn't needed many sick days. Kerry was raising her son alone, carrying the whole burden herself. Her mother lived in the village, struggling to survive on a tiny pension while battling a heart condition that required expensive medication. She needed an operation they couldn't afford, so they relied on conservative treatment for now. As a medical professional, Kerry knew this couldn't continue indefinitely. Soon the medications would stop being effective. She tried saving every penny for the operation, but progress was slow. Her city apartment, though not cheap, was in a decent neighbourhood, close to both kindergarten and work. She saved on transportation by walking, but still had to manage food, clothing, kindergarten fees and excursions. Kerry had given up many luxuries. No beauty salons or manicurists, replacing gym memberships with walks with her son. Nature had blessed Kerry with good genes. Her figure stayed trim, and her skin remained young and fresh, without salon treatments. She tried not to dwell on the future. What would happen if her mother didn't get the operation? How would she manage when Tony grew older and needed more? Studies, activities, tutors, fashionable clothes that teenagers wouldn't do without. For now she was managing. She took extra shifts and part-time work. Sometimes 4-year-old Tony had to stay home alone, a worrying necessity. Luckily their neighbour Mrs. Tamby checked on him periodically and fed him, refusing payment despite Kerry's protests. "It's no trouble to look in on the boy," Mrs. Tamby would say. "I can see how hard you're struggling. Keep your money. Buy Tony some apples instead." Initially, terrified of leaving him alone, Kerry gradually realised her son could cope. He quietly played with his construction set and drew pictures while waiting for her to return from evening shifts, seemingly neither bored nor afraid. "He's a good kid," Mrs. Tamby would smile. "Reminds me of my son. I used to leave him alone too, sometimes all day. What else could you do when work cooled and kindergarten was closed? Everyone did it then, and everything turned out fine." Kerry would shake her head. She would never leave her son alone, if not for dire necessity. They needed money desperately for daily life, for the future, and for treating Tony's grandmother, the boy's only family besides Kerry. When Tony was younger, before kindergarten, Kerry's mother had helped tremendously, coming to town to watch her grandson. But now her heart was failing. She could barely leave the village, spending most days in bed, suffering periodic attacks. Kerry's heart was troubled for her mother. She wanted to move her to her place, to see her and take care of her, but her mother wouldn't agree. "You have enough troubles there, and I'm better off here in the village. Here the walls heal, the air is special, and my friends are nearby. They look after me. But you? It's hard enough for you, with Tony and your work. You don't need me." Kerry and her son visited her mother when they could, though it was often only possible during extended weekends. The woman was delighted to have her dear guests, but with each visit she looked weaker. At least she had her faithful friends, strong, healthy women who helped, supported and cared for her. All their lives they had been side by side. They were closer than sisters. The children and grandchildren of these friends had long since grown up and become independent. Kerry was a late child for her mother, an unexpected gift of fate. Her mother raised her alone. Kerry never knew her father, and her mother never spoke of him. She dismissed all her daughter's questions until Kerry finished school. Then she finally admitted that she had chosen to have a child on her own with a married man, smart, handsome and deeply loved. This man didn't know he had a daughter. "I never told him anything," her mother explained. "Let him live in peace. He didn't deceive me or promise anything. He told me right away that he was married. It was my choice, and I'm glad it happened this way." Kerry never asked about her father again. She understood the topic was closed. She took comfort in knowing he was intelligent and handsome, and that her mother had loved him. Kerry herself had always dreamed of having a complete family. She planned to study first, establish herself, then find a suitable husband, with children coming only after marriage, to be loved by both parents. Yet ironically, Kerry essentially repeated her mother's fate, except she had been deceived. She had never planned to have a child on her own. At school, Kerry excelled in her studies, always working hard to please her mother and maintain her status as a top student. Learning came naturally to her, especially in the sciences, chemistry and biology. She read extensively beyond the curriculum and often won prizes in academic competitions. Her teachers encouraged her to apply to medical school. Her mother was doubtful, believing that only the rich attended medical academy. "You won't get in without connections or money, and you have no special preparation." But Kerry tried anyway, and succeeded. Then began the intense studies. Medical students had no time for part-time jobs or socializing. The material demanded constant attention if you wanted to graduate. Kerry studied around the clock. During this challenging period, her mother helped financially so she could focus entirely on her studies. Kerry persevered, and finally came the coveted diploma. She felt immensely proud of herself. She had made it to the finish line when many of her classmates had dropped out along the way. The regional hospital hired her in the surgical department. She started by assisting surgeons before performing operations herself. The experience was indescribable, both terrifying and thrilling. She handled various cases, steadily building her skills and experience. Her colleagues noted the young doctor's promising potential. This praise delighted Kerry. Compared to her student years, she now had much more spare time and began socialising with friends. They frequented clubs, bars and discos when they weren't working the next day. It was as if she were making up for all those years spent studying. Then he approached her. Kerry was unwinding at a club with friends, looking forward to a 3-day weekend after a challenging but productive work week. She felt light and cheerful. And there he stood, handsome and statuesque. Kerry could tell he was 5 to 7 years her senior, but he looked like he'd stepped out of a stylish TV series. Everything about him, his clothes, his bearing, his features, his expressions, exuded charm and warmth. When he smiled and dimples appeared in his cheeks, Kerry knew she was lost. His heart immediately sank, though he hadn't spoken a word. The man introduced himself as Nikita and declared that Kerry had struck him in the heart. "You are so beautiful, just amazing. I admired you on the dance floor. I couldn't take my eyes off you." Kerry was no stranger to compliments. Colleagues had courted her before, and she'd had brief casual relationships after university. But no man's words had ever affected her like this. Something primal stirred within her. Her legs turned to cotton, and her body flushed with heat. Her cheeks must have been bright red. She could feel her face burning. Nikita noticed the effect he had on her and smiled, looking straight into her eyes. "Shall we dance?" Without hesitation, Kerry placed her hand in his. He held her close on the dance floor. It became more than just dancing, and when their lips finally met, Kerry longed to be alone with him. As if reading her thoughts, Nikita whispered, "Why don't we get out of here?" "Yes, let's go to my place," Kerry responded eagerly. "I rent an apartment nearby." They spent 3 wonderful days together. Nikita told her about himself. He lived and worked in the capital, but had come to the city for an economic forum to close a contract. Having finished earlier than planned, he had a few free days to explore the city. "I went to the club, and there you were. Such a beauty. I've never met anyone like you." Kerry gazed into his eyes, believing every word. She felt certain he couldn't lie to her. It felt wonderful to feel so special, so unique. Nikita promised to take her to the capital, saying they would live in his apartment and eventually marry. He loved travelling, and upon learning Kerry had never travelled, he immediately began planning their seaside vacation together. "I'll show you such a place. You'll love it. I can picture you now, in a white bathing suit against the turquoise waves. You're made for such places." Nikita received many calls, work, friends or family. Each time he would retreat to the bathroom to speak privately, away from Kerry's ears. At the time, this didn't worry her. Everything felt perfect. She was truly happy. She cherished this chance encounter at the club. She delighted in Nikita's attention and fascination with her. She was grateful they could spend time together before his flight, especially since she had the weekend free. Kerry was convinced it was fate. Destiny itself had orchestrated their meeting. It couldn't be otherwise. She imagined how her life would transform. She had found someone special, a man she wanted to spend her life with. He was so confident, so worldly. He would show her everything, teach her so much. Then Nikita left. Carrie accompanied him to the airport 3 days after their meeting. She struggled to hold back her tears. He appeared upset too. The day before, they had talked extensively about their future. Nikita assured her everything would be fine, that distance meant nothing in modern relationships. They had agreed he would call upon landing. He didn't. At first, Carrie was concerned. She reasoned Nikita might be busy, heading straight to work, or his phone had died. But hours passed, then evening came, with no call. She couldn't call Nikita herself. She didn't have his number. He had written down hers, but she hadn't thought to ask for his. Now she wondered why. They'd spent 3 whole days together. She'd assumed she'd get his number when he called, but Nikita never called. Carrie grew seriously worried about him. The plane had landed safely, that much she knew. But what if something had happened at the airport? What if he had been attacked or fallen ill? It seemed impossible that Nikita could have forgotten her the moment he reached the city. The way he'd looked at her, the things he'd said, it couldn't have all been an act. But Nikita simply vanished from Carrie's life. She couldn't find peace, unable to stop thinking about him even at work. Desperate for any information about her beloved, she turned to the internet. What did she know about him? His name, age, position, and company name. She'd seen the logo on his laptop. It wasn't much, but it was enough. After an hour of searching through corporate photos on the company website, Carrie finally found Nikita tagged in one picture. Following the tag led her to his personal page. What she discovered there shocked her. Nikita was an exemplary family man, a caring husband to a beautiful wife and loving father to 2 lovely daughters. His page was filled with photos that painted a complete picture of his life. There were images of a beautiful large house, family seaside vacations, and cozy holiday celebrations. In many photos, he embraced his beautiful wife, appearing deeply in love with her. The revelation hit Carrie like a physical blow. Her vision darkened, and she could barely breathe as her familiar world crumbled around her. Her soul felt heavy with disgust. Why had he pretended? Why fake being in love? Of course, 3 days of fun with a naive young woman, feeding her sweet lies. He must have done this before, and she had been such a fool, dreaming of a future. Looking back, she should have noticed the signs. Those secretive phone conversations, his overly friendly manner. Now she could see the falseness in every word he'd spoken. Nikita's deception devastated Carrie. She cried into her pillow, repeatedly viewing his photos, despite the pain they caused. She told no one about the brief romance, feeling ashamed even though she wasn't the deceiver in this story. Weeks passed. As her emotions settled and thoughts cleared, Carrie emerged changed. She vowed never to take anyone at their word again, accepting the ugly experience as a hard lesson. Then came another surprise. Carrie missed her period, something that had never happened before. She attributed it to recent stress, not considering pregnancy, since she and Nikita had taken precautions. She had always been cautious about such matters. When she visited a doctor at her hospital for an examination, she shocked her with the news. "You're expecting a baby. About 5 weeks along. Congratulations." Carrie nearly fell from her chair. "Are you planning to keep it?" the doctor asked. I don't know yet," Carrie whispered. The news left her stunned and confused, her world turning upside down once again. After much deliberation, she messaged Nikita through his social media page. His response was brief and dismissive. He offered to send money and asked for providing her card number. Though Carrie hadn't expected much, knowing he was married and a liar, his response still hurt. In desperation, she wrote that she'd have the baby, get a DNA test, and demand child support. "Fine, your choice," Nikita replied, "but I'll take the baby, and you'll never see it again. Who do you think the court will favour? A single mother or a wealthy, well-connected father? Your decision. I already have 2 children, a third won't matter. My wife won't object. She's not in a position to." His response made it clear. Nikita wouldn't help her. To him, she was just a casual affair, a naive girl he'd manipulated. He didn't want complications from an unexpected child. Nikita, skilled at reading people, knew Carrie would fear losing her baby and stop pursuing him. He knew exactly how to respond to the confused young woman. But Carrie realized one thing. She couldn't terminate the pregnancy. She already loved the tiny life growing inside her. This innocent baby shouldn't suffer for having a deceitful father and a naive mother. The baby would live. Having decided, Carrie calmed down. She realized difficulties lay ahead, and she would have to cope alone. There was nowhere to turn for help. Her mother was already sick, spending her small pension on medicines. Carrie had no support, no husband or father. She had to make it on her own. She wasn't the first, nor would she be the last. She'd saved money before maternity leave, preparing for the baby's arrival as best she could. Friends and colleagues helped, buying items and passing down from their children and grandchildren. By the time little Tony was born, everything was ready for his arrival. A crib, stroller and clothes for the year ahead. The maternity leave was hard on Carrie. Savings quickly ran out. Benefits were tiny, and she even had to work part-time in the evenings. But she never regretted her decision to keep her baby. Tony grew up to be lovely, smart and attentive. Sometimes when Carrie was exhausted, too tired even to change clothes and rest, Tony would smile or say something, and her soul would immediately feel warm and bright. It was difficult, but what choice did she have? Carrie persevered until her son was old enough for kindergarten, then returned to work. It helped Carrie tremendously. Her mother's condition had worsened, requiring urgent surgery, and raising a child alone wasn't easy either. Carrie welcomed the additional pay and willingly worked multiple shifts, even nights. Tony stayed quietly at home under Mrs. Tamby's care, so he wasn't completely alone. Still, Carrie felt guilty and anxious about leaving her 4-year-old, but she had no choice. "Late again?" the head nurse, Deborah, asked, eyeing Carrie with contempt. Deborah was considerably older and had worked at the clinic much longer than Carrie, which she felt entitled her to condescension. Though she ingratiated herself with the more experienced doctors, she spoke nastily about them behind their backs, while maintaining an amiable smile. To Carrie, Deborah always seemed like a jackal, her predatory smile reinforcing this image. Nobody liked Deborah, but they avoided quarrelling with her since she had excellent relations with the head doctor. She reported everything to him: who took long lunches, who arrived late, who spent too much time on phone calls during work. "Good morning, Deborah. I'm not late. See? I'm right on time," Carrie smiled. She preferred avoiding conflict with someone like Deborah, generally disliking pointless quarrels. "You should arrive 10 minutes early," Deborah hissed. "You still need to change and you're cutting it close again." Carrie remained silent. She couldn't explain to Deborah this morning's small trials, how Tony forgot his satchel at home and they had to go back, how they navigated around a huge puddle blocking their path to kindergarten. Deborah wouldn't understand. She had neither husband nor children, living alone contentedly, according to colleagues. But Carey didn't envy Deborah. If anything, she pitied her. Loneliness seemed like deathly boredom to her. Carey hurried up to the second floor and entered the staff room, where Holly and Mr. MacDonald were having coffee. They both had upcoming patient rounds, and there was still time. Everyone exchanged greetings. Carey slipped into the locker room and quickly changed into her white coat. That was it. She was ready for work. The day's schedule looked light. Scheduled surgeries weren't until tomorrow. Carey checked on patients recovering from procedures. Everyone was doing well, which was gratifying. Those preparing for surgery were also in good spirits. Carey appreciated when everything followed a plan, adhering to protocol. Time flew by until lunch. Carey enjoyed a hearty soup with Holly in the local canteen. She was heading back to her office to review patient charts when, but suddenly, she noticed something strange through the canteen window. The view from here was of the hospital porch. Right on the steps sat a hunched, dark figure. It swayed from side to side, and Carey immediately recognised the motion for what it was. Someone trying to soothe their pain. No one was near the figure. "Look," Carey said, drawing her companion's attention to it. "Something's wrong," Holly determined, and the young women hurried to the exit. When they reached the porch, a guard was already sitting beside the person writhing in pain. "What's going on here?" Carey exclaimed. "I don't know, but she's not feeling well. She can barely speak. Probably drunk," the guard said. Carey saw an elderly woman, clearly homeless, wearing a tattered old coat with synthetic stuffing spilling out, a dirty headscarf, and ill-fitting grey sneakers. Her eyes were filled with pain and despair. "What's wrong?" she asked. The woman tried to answer but couldn't. She clutched her belly, and Carey understood immediately, having seen similar cases before. When she placed her hands on the woman's thin, hollow belly, she felt exactly what she had expected. A hard, tense surface. "We need urgent ultrasound and express tests," Carey ordered. Besides Holly and the guard, several nurses, including Deborah, had gathered around. People rushed to follow Carey's orders. With Holly's help, she attempted to lift the old woman from the cold stone steps. Every movement caused visible pain. The woman's face contorted in agony. "What are you doing?" Deborah whispered, comprehending the situation. "This is a private clinic with paid services. Do you think this homeless woman can pay?" Carey met the head nurse's cold, angry eyes. "Well, what's your suggestion?" "Call an ambulance and let them handle it." "But she's critical. Minutes matter. By the time an ambulance arrives and transports her, it'll be too late." "You know you'll be in trouble." Deborah's eyes glittered. "To your luck, the head doctor isn't here. He'd never allow this. I won't either. At least call him for permission." "There's no time, Deborah." With Holly's help, Carey practically carried the rapidly weakening patient to the clinic entrance, where a gurney awaited. "You'll regret this later." Deborah followed close behind. "You're putting everyone at risk." "I take full responsibility," Carey replied. "I'm a doctor. Now move aside." Deborah choked with indignation, started to speak, then threw up her hands and vanished into the clinic corridors, likely to report to management. No matter. Carey would help this woman before anyone could stop her. The ultrasound revealed internal bleeding, confirmed by the tests. There was no choice. They had to prepare for surgery. The nurses efficiently assembled the team and readied the instruments in moments of well-coordinated work. Beginning the operation, Carey faced unknown challenges. The stakes were enormous. Though survival wasn't guaranteed, they had no alternative. The situation was critical. A ruptured appendix, apparently from trauma, with high risk of peritonitis. Carrie rarely encountered cases this severe. She worked methodically and precisely, supported by her team. In the end, they achieved the best possible outcome given the circumstances. The patient's age and condition were concerning. The woman's homelessness meant likely complications, malnutrition, exhaustion, and probable infections. Carrie desperately hoped she would survive both the anesthesia and recovery. The nurses transferred the elderly woman to intensive care. Carrie removed her surgical cap and mask, washed up, and changed clothes before heading to her office. Paperwork awaited her. Her heart felt both anxious and relieved. After all, a life had been saved. Carrie was worried about many things. The condition of her complicated patient, who couldn't tolerate anesthesia, and the reaction of the head doctor. Deborah was right. She wouldn't be praised for such an initiative, but she couldn't have done anything differently. Waiting for an ambulance or sending the patient to another hospital would have caused delay, and it would have been fatal. At least now the patient had a chance at life, because the operation was successful. Carrie immersed herself in paperwork, and time flew by unnoticed. When Holly burst into the office, it was almost 5 o'clock, nearly time to go home. "The chief is back," her friend said excitedly. Deborah had already gone to see him, of course. She'd reported everything about the homeless woman, no doubt twisting the story her own way. "They say he's furious and demanding to see you." Carrie sighed heavily. Though she had prepared herself for this, it was still unpleasant. Just then, Deborah entered the office with a radiant expression. "Carrie, the chief is waiting for you," she said, barely concealing her smile. "You'll finally get what you deserve." "And you're glad about it," Holly snorted contemptuously. "Why don't you mind your own business? It's time for evening rounds and you're hanging around here gossiping. Not good either. Maybe I should notify our boss about your diligence as well." Carrie walked on shaky legs to the 3rd floor and slowly approached the head's office. Mr. MacDonald was a man of few words, but severe demeanour. Large, completely grey-haired, always clean-shaven, strict and disciplined. His mere presence inspired awe. He resembled a huge rock, impregnable, cold, impartial. The conversation proved short and unpleasant. He didn't shout or raise his voice, but he looked at Carrie as if she were the most despicable creature on earth. Clearly, Deborah had already poisoned his mind. "You violated all possible protocols, taking in someone from the street, no documents, a vagrant, a homeless person. Did you think about what would happen if she died on our table? What that would do to our hospital's reputation?" There was no way out. "There's always a way out. Protocol would have been to call an ambulance. This woman would have been taken to the state hospital just blocks away. She wouldn't have made it. And what about our other patients? Decent people who pay good money to be treated here. You think they're happy knowing we're rescuing vagrants who could carry any number of infections?" She's human too," Carrie wanted to explain her feelings, but couldn't find the words. How? How could we leave this woman without help? She made it to our clinic with her last strength, fighting through pain. She didn't choose us for our prestige. She just wanted to live." "Well, that's it," Mr. MacDonald concluded. "Finish your shift tomorrow, and we part ways." "What?" Carrie stared at him with desperate eyes. She had expected a bonus cut, a reprimand in her record. Anything but dismissal. It was catastrophic. "Listen, my dear. Your constant tardiness. Yes, I know everything. Violations of work discipline, over-familiarity with patients, unnecessary tests draining the clinic's budget, and now this. Today's act is the final straw. We're parting ways and this isn't up for discussion. The decision is made. If you protest, I'll fire you with bad work references, and you won't be hired anywhere else, so I wouldn't advise it." Carrie nodded silently and left. A whirlwind of thoughts rushed through her head. How would she live now? Pay the rent? How would she feed and clothe her child? And her mother needed money for surgery. The remainder of the day passed in a haze. Carrie mechanically spoke with her son, cooked, cleaned, ate. Everything felt unreal, like a terrible nightmare. The next morning, in the first moments after waking up, Carrie thought it was all just a dream. But then the heavy, bleak reality crashed upon her with unbearable weight, squeezing tears from her eyes. She quickly brushed them away as Tony bounded into the room, beaming. "Mum, can I watch cartoons before kindergarten?" "Sure, honey." At the clinic, Carrie met Holly on the porch and immediately hugged her tightly. "We went to the boss yesterday, tried to defend you, but it didn't work out." Carrie smiled. It was touching that the staff had wanted to save her job. Such support meant a lot, even if unsuccessful. "That rat Deborah is to blame for everything, whispering to him, vilifying everyone. Why do good people get fired while these rats live happily ever after?" "Well, I don't know." Carrie smiled sadly. "How's my patient?" "Not bad. She's regained consciousness at least. You saved her life, after all." "Well, that's the most important thing, right?" Holly shrugged. In her office, Carrie sorted through documents while drinking coffee. She hadn't had time at home that morning. As rounds approached, her thoughts kept returning to yesterday's elderly patient. Did she regret not abandoning that homeless woman? No. No, and no again. Even knowing the consequences, Carrie would make the same choice. Yes, times would be tough now. She'd need to find new work, a new income source. But a life was saved, and Carrie carried no guilt about leaving a patient in mortal danger. Such guilt would have been far harder to bear than these sudden troubles. After finishing with the paperwork, Carrie donned her white coat, grabbed her folder, and began rounds. Some patients already knew of her situation, likely from the nurses. They expressed genuine regret at losing such a caring and skilled doctor, wished her luck, and voiced their disapproval of the management's decision. Their sincere words lifted Carrie's spirits. Hope grew that everything would work out at her next position, wherever that might be. With the easy patients examined, only the elderly woman in intensive care remained. Holly had mentioned she was conscious, and Carrie needed to verify her condition. In the corridor to the ICU, she encountered Deborah. The head nurse gave her a scornful look, ignoring Carrie's greeting as she passed by, head held high. Apparently, she no longer considered the young, disciplined surgeon part of the team. Strangely, Carrie felt compassion for Deborah even then. She understood the head nurse's behaviour, a series of personal failures, complete solitude, despite being quite attractive. Her envy extended even to Carrie, a single mother. At least Carrie had Tony, while Deborah had no one. It was easy to picture Deborah alone in her apartment, weeping about her fate in a dark living room. That's why Carrie harboured no bitterness toward her. Now, at the intensive care ward, she opened the door and entered. The patient was awake, lying frail and almost ethereal on the special bed. Wires stretched from her chest and arms, machines humming quietly. Her grey hair was gathered in a neat, tight bun. The nurses had done well. The elderly patient's features held something aristocratic, A straight nose, dark eyebrows, high cheekbones, perfect proportions, and beautiful grey eyes. An elderly countess. The woman turned at the sound. Seeing Kerry, she offered a weak smile. "So, you're my saviour. They told me about you, described you too. I couldn't remember anything yesterday. The pain had darkened everything. But I recognised you immediately from their description. They were right. You're beautiful." Carey smiled. The patient spoke clearly and eloquently, suggesting she was recovering well. Wonderful news. "Good morning. I see you're on the mend. May I examine you?" "Of course," the woman readily agreed. "You should." Carey carefully examined the suture, felt the woman's abdomen, then reviewed the nurse's diary notes. The patient's temperature had remained normal, which was encouraging. "You seem to be doing really well," Carey said. "And it's all thanks to you. I was told that you literally pulled me from death's door. It was a very complicated operation." "Yes, I can't argue with that." The situation was critical and required urgent intervention. You were lucky. 10 minutes later would have been too late. "Yeah, that's what I've been told. I feel like I've been born again." "Do you remember your name, who you are, where you came from, and what happened to you?" "I do. Just an hour ago it all came back. Before that, your head manager was interviewing me, trying to find out where I was from, if I could pay for the clinic. I didn't know anything about myself then. He didn't believe me, demanded explanations. He threatened to throw me out on the street." "He was just trying to scare you," Carey explained. "Even if he had thrown you out, he would have called an ambulance to send you to another hospital. We provide paid services here, and you, well, probably have no money, but that's fine. The main thing is that the surgery was successful. Any hospital can help you recover now. There's nothing extraordinary about it, to be honest." "But I can pay for everything," said the woman, giving Carey a kind smile. "Then you won't be in trouble, and you'll be thanked separately." "What do you mean?" Carey didn't understand. She had assumed her patient was homeless. The woman wore an old dress and dirty, worn clothes. How could someone like that suddenly have money? "The nurses told me about your conflict with management because of me. Despite knowing the consequences, you chose to save someone everyone thought was a homeless beggar. That's what everyone assumed I was. It was an incredible thing to do. I didn't think people like you existed anymore." "Well, who would act in another way? It was a matter of minutes." "Many people, dear. Many would have done differently, including that nasty nurse of yours. I don't remember her name." Carey smiled, knowing exactly who the patient meant. She had already met Deborah. "But trust me, you won't be fired. In fact, they'll reward you, because I'll pay for everything, my treatment and even more. And I'll write a letter about you to the Ministry of Health. The country should know its heroes." "Come on, I'm no hero." Carey was completely puzzled. This supposedly homeless woman spoke with education and clarity, which surprised her. Plus, she kept insisting she could pay for everything and save Carey from trouble. "Tell me, who should I contact about you? Now that you've got your memory back, which is wonderful, your relatives must be worried. Do you have any relatives?" "Yes, I do." The old woman's eyes softened at the mention of family. "But they live far away across the ocean, so they probably haven't had an opportunity to miss me yet. It all happened so quickly." "What happened?" The patient intrigued Carey more and more. "I should probably introduce myself first. My name is Marlena Blitt. You have time, and I see you're genuinely interested in my story." "I am, and I do have time." Carey had finished her most important tasks and could spend time with this unusual patient. What did she have to lose? Even if Deborah reported her to the chief again, she'd likely be fired anyway. It couldn't get worse. With her next surgery still 2 hours away, Kerry settled on the edge of the patient's bed, ready to listen. Marlena was born into a large, poor family. Her father worked at the factory while her mother managed the house and numerous children. As the oldest child, Marlena helped her mother as much as possible. Feeling sympathy for her mother's poor health, she cleaned floors, cared for her younger siblings, and cooked for the entire household when her parents struggled. Her father worked double shifts to feed his large family. Money stretched only to cover the basics: clothes, food and utilities. Luxuries were unthinkable. Marlena never asked her parents for anything. She understood their situation completely. She was mature beyond her years. When Marlena turned 15, a tragedy struck. Her beloved mother passed away. All household responsibilities suddenly fell on the teenager's shoulders. It was overwhelming. Though Marlena had always helped her mother and was capable of many tasks, being the helper was quite different from managing everything alone. And she still had school to attend. Naturally, her grades suffered. How could they not, when she had to cook and clean for the whole family, plus pick up her younger siblings from kindergarten? Her father offered no help. He would come home tired and angry, going straight for the bottle. After becoming a widower, he fell into alcoholism. He would criticize Marlena if things weren't perfect, if the house was messy or the soup too salty. Yet Marlena felt compassion for him, understanding his grief, as she too deeply missed her mother. She harboured no resentment. As time passed, Marlena finished school, earning passing grades mainly due to her teacher's sympathy. Like her father, she went to work at the factory. Her siblings had grown more independent by then, no longer needing constant supervision, but Marlena still carried most household duties. Laundry, cooking, cleaning. Everyone had grown accustomed to her taking care of everything. As more time passed, her siblings matured and left home, moving to different cities for studies and work. They started their own families, occasionally visiting with their children and spouses. These visits always brought Marlena joy. They were her beloved ones, whom she had raised almost like a mother. When her father eventually died from his drinking, Marlena struggled with mixed emotions. Though they never developed a warm relationship, his loss left her feeling deeply alone. Marlena never started her own family. Initially, there wasn't time. Family obligations consumed her days, and her father's alcoholism complicated everything. She was exhausted. Only when her siblings grew up did she finally find some peace. The thought of starting over with her own family, children, cooking, cleaning, felt overwhelming. She had brief romances, nothing more. After her father's death, the weight of solitude began to press upon her. But she felt it was too late. Her peers had grown children, some even had grandchildren. Marlena resigned herself to living alone. Fate had other plans. One day, another delegation visited their factory, as was common for business dealings and contracts. One member of the delegation began showing interest in Marlena. It caught her off guard. Though she often received compliments about her appearance, she had never considered herself particularly beautiful. Her age gave her pause. Well, this man wasn't young either. He was distinguished, impressive, clearly wealthy, the type who typically pursued younger women. Yet here he was, giving her smiles that made her heart flutter and offering sincere compliments. Marlena decided to open her heart. After all, she had nothing to lose. Elliot asked her on a date. Marlena had never encountered such a gentleman. In his presence, she felt like royalty. He shared his story. A successful businessman who owned a small factory in his town. He had raised 2 daughters alone. His wife had died when their children were young. Elliot had avoided remarrying, scarred by his own childhood experience with a stepmother whose coldness and irritation were barely concealed. This experience convinced him all stepmothers would be similar, so he raised his girls alone. When they grew up, they moved abroad to study. They settled there permanently, leaving Elliot to confront his solitude. Though wealthy men never lack attention from women of all ages, including young beauties, he found their interest superficial. Elliot craved authenticity, genuine feelings, warmth, acceptance. In Marlena, he immediately recognized a kindred spirit and told her so on their first date. His instincts proved right. Soon Marlena and Elliot found themselves deeply in love. And the woman's life began to change. She moved from her hometown to live with him. Marlena had nothing to lose. She had no one left in her homeland anyway. Nothing kept her there except work. Elliot immediately realized that Marlena had no future at her factory, where she merely earned money. He noticed her ability to see beauty and wonder in the ordinary, so he bought her a course from a renowned photographer. Marlena was reluctant at first. She thought it was nonsense and questioned studying at her age. But as she got involved, she realized this was her life's calling, capturing beautiful moments and sharing them with the world. Soon her works were admired by people from all corners of the world. Marlena bonded with Elliot's daughters, who often visited their father and loved him dearly. She instantly found common ground with the girls. They accepted her, loved her, and together they became a family. Marlena felt truly happy beside Elliot. She had found her passion, and he showed her a whole new life. They travelled extensively, exploring the world together. Marlena blossomed and rejuvenated from the abundance of experiences. Despite their different life paths, she and Elliot were on the same wavelength, understanding each other without words. But the years flew by at breakneck speed. As the couple aged, Elliot retired from business and suddenly seemed to lose his vigour. His heart began troubling him, and eventually he died of a heart attack. Once again, Marlena was alone in their big, beautiful house, surrounded by memories of her former happy life. Elliot's girls, they invite me to stay with them still. Marlena shook her head. I sometimes visit, but I don't feel at home there. Everything feels foreign somehow. My brothers and sisters are too far away. It frightens me, but here is home. There was such depth of feeling in Marlena's words that Carrie's heart ached. She understood this elderly woman perfectly. I have neighbours and friends here. We spend time together, take walks. My siblings visit me, and in the mornings while everyone sleeps, I go to the park to wander the deserted alleys, taking photographs. But how did you end up in such a difficult situation? Carrie asked, voicing her concern. Marlena Blitt had spoken so eloquently, and her story seemed logical and consistent. Yet the fact remained, an elderly woman had been found on the hospital porch in torn, dirty clothes. This wasn't how wealthy businessmen's widows typically appeared. Could Marlena Blitt have lost her mind? Was this all fiction? Delusions she herself believed? That morning, as usual, I went to the park. It was still early, the town was asleep, continued Marlena Blitt. And they, 3 young boys, attacked me. Before I knew what was happening, they grabbed me and twisted my arms behind my back. I was terrified, my heart pounding. I would have given them anything they wanted, but they struck my head. Everything became blurry. My ears rang, and through a haze, I watched them rob me. They took my expensive camera,
my bag with documents and bank cards, but that wasn't enough for them."
One of the young men yanked a half-conscious elderly woman's coat off her shoulders. It was expensive, branded, something that would fetch good money. The second thief was already pulling off her designer leather boots. They didn't overlook her jewellery either. A gold chain and bracelet, gifts from Elliot. When Mrs. Blitt regained consciousness, she had no memory of what had happened. She found herself in a deserted park alley, dressed inappropriately for the weather. She couldn't remember who she was or where she lived. Confused, she stumbled to some garbage bins where she found an old coat, oversized, trampled sneakers, and a dirty but warm scarf.
Though something inside me resisted, I put on these discarded clothes. I didn't like them, but I was freezing. Beauty wasn't a priority. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through my stomach, bringing tears to my eyes. I couldn't remember my name or identity, but I knew I needed a hospital. I practically crawled there. Your hospital was the first I found. I managed to climb the porch steps, and that was it. My strength gave out. And then you found me."
After the operation, Mrs. Blitt initially remembered nothing about herself. Then the memories returned in waves, making her dizzy. Now Marlena Blitt remembered everything, and her relief was immediate. The fear vanished. She could pay for the operation. She had a home and family, Elliot's daughters, her brothers and sisters.
"She's not a homeless beggar at all. It's incredible,"
Kerry smiled, relieved to know her patient would recover. Feeling calmer, Kerry returned to work at her surgical department. Things had improved since they'd gotten a new head, Mr. Kearns. In place of Mr. MacDonald came a young, energetic man who saw patients as people first, not walking wallets. His compassionate approach and respect for human life deeply impressed Kerry. She enjoyed her conversations with Mr. Kearns, and he seemed to seek out her company too. Holly immediately noticed the sparks between them, as she put it. Her friend predicted a romance between Kerry and the chief. Kerry privately hoped Holly was right. Meanwhile, Mr. MacDonald had been transferred to an administrative position at the ministry. "Handling papers," as the ever-informed Holly put it. Mrs. Blitt's complaint had helped trigger this change. She'd written a letter explaining why the head was unsuitable for his position. Her letter prompted several investigations. It wasn't the first such complaint. Soon after, Mr. MacDonald was transferred. Most staff members celebrated the news, though Deborah was upset. Still, everyone knew she'd adapt to the new boss. Mrs. Blitt kept her promise to thank Kerry generously, though Kerry felt uncomfortable about it. "I'm just a doctor. I took the Hippocratic Oath. It's my duty. I couldn't have done otherwise." "You knew you'd face trouble, yet you helped a seemingly homeless woman without expecting anything in return. Consider this your lucky break. Perhaps fate was testing you. You passed the test, so you deserve a reward." Marlena Blitt paid for Kerry's mother's operation, and now she was healthy and strong. The mother moved in with her daughter and found work. Finally, Kerry had help with her child, making life easier and more pleasant. She and Marlena Blitt became close friends. They visited each other often, and little Tony came to see the elderly woman as a second grandmother. Kerry often reflected on Marlena Blitt's words about the morning being a test of fate. It seemed that she had indeed passed that test. Everything in her life had changed for the better, almost like a fairy tale. These things happen. Just a few days ago, the family were happily discussing their upcoming trip. Everyone looked forward to escaping the daily hustle and bustle, to relax on a warm sandy beach under the bright southern sun. The youngest daughter, Julie, dreamed of lying on white sand, enjoying the ocean view and watching surfers ride the waves. Kevin, the eldest and most responsible child in the family, was meticulously checking their packing list before the flight. Everything was ready, and it seemed nothing could disrupt their plans for a perfect vacation. But that morning everything went wrong. First, traffic jams, then ticket problems and tense conversations with airline representatives. In the end, they missed their flight. The dreams crumbled like a house of cards. Instead of soaring through clouds at 10,000 meters, the mother and her 2 children drove back through familiar streets, feeling heavy devastation. "Kids, since we couldn't get away, let's surprise Daddy," Daisy suggested on the way home. "I meant to call him earlier, but hadn't gotten around to it." "No point now, the surprise is already here," Kevin sighed. "We'll be stuck here in the snow all vacation." "Is that really such a tragedy?" Daisy shrugged, parking in front of their house. "Well, whatever is done is for the best, and besides, New Year's vacation at home can be good too. It's still a holiday. Christmas trees, snows, sledges, and frost might not be a beach, but winter has its own charm. There's so much snow this year, it's truly beautiful." "You know, I'm actually glad we didn't fly away," said Kevin. "Let's go to a proper ski resort. I can't remember the last time I went skiing." Daisy could tell her son was trying to support her and cheer up his sister, so she eagerly joined in. "That's the spirit, Kevin. Snowboarders or surfers, what's the difference?" "True. At least with skiing, we'll only risk broken legs. Surfers can get eaten by sharks," Julie joked darkly. Everyone laughed. "What about surprising Dad?" Daisy smiled. "He's probably at work. We could make something nice for dinner and then meet him at his office. He'll be so happy to see us. But even if he just comes home and sees us, that's good too. Come on, let's unload and get started cooking." Daisy took out her keys and handed them to Kevin. "Go ahead and open the door. Hurry up." Kevin grabbed the 2 largest suitcases and headed for the elevator. He's growing up, his mother thought, watching her 14-year-old confidently handle their heavy luggage. Kevin, of course, as always, acted with speed and lightning, opening the door and being the first to drag the 2 bags into the apartment. Entering the hallway, Daisy immediately tripped over her son's shoe, and he was already rushing to the bathroom door. "Hold on, Meteor, there's still stuff in the car." "Let me wash my hands first," Kevin said seriously, but he was already dashing back out. "Mum, there's a woman in there." "Where? What do you mean?" Daisy remembered her daughter standing behind her and turned around. Julie's face was broken. She seemed unable to believe either Kevin's words or her own ears. "Stay here, I'll check," Daisy said and strode to the bathroom. Her son was right. In the transparent shower cabin stood a woman with long dark hair. Daisy closed the bathroom door, frantically trying to decide what to do with her children present. She needed to get them away from this nightmare. The thought struck her like lightning. But at that moment the shower stopped and the woman's wet head peeked out from behind the glass. "Honey bunny, are you home? Bring me a towel." Her full scarlet lips stood out on her flushed face. "I'm sorry, but you might have mixed up the apartment. Are you sure you're in the right place?" Daisy muttered, saying the first thing that came to mind. "Where's my honey bunny?" the woman asked, looking out from the shower cabin, her eyes wide with surprise. "Who?" Daisy asked, though she immediately understood. "You mean Lane?" After a brief pause, the stranger nodded. Daisy wanted to say something appropriate, but words failed her. Nothing about this was normal. "Daddy?" came a voice from the hallway. Daisy peeked out from the bathroom. There stood her husband in the doorway, fresh from outside. He was clearly in high spirits, evident from the smile he hadn't managed to hide and the champagne bottle in his hand. Julie and Kevin stared at their father in silence. Lane finally spoke. I took the day off. Why aren't you on your flight? Important things came up, Daisy replied. I see you've made other plans too. Ah, he nodded. I thought you'd left, so I bought champagne. Yes, I can see the champagne. I'm not blind. Daisy took a deep breath, collecting her thoughts. He'd bought champagne thinking they were gone, for that woman in the bathroom. What now? She wondered. So you have... She nodded toward the bathroom. A guest. The champagne's for her? Yes. Lane, more composed than his wife, set the bottle on the shelf under the mirror, smoothed his hair and tucked his hands in his jean pockets. This play was unnecessary, he said confidently. My play? What do you mean? Stop pretending. You must have known for a while. Though I'm at fault too. I wasn't very discreet. Only a fool wouldn't have noticed. I thought you were being wise, understanding that family matters more than a temporary and meaningless affair, and choosing not to make a scene. I actually admired you for it. Who knew it would end so predictably? But why fake a cancelled flight? Coming back and dragging the kids into it. Couldn't you have waited for things to settle naturally? What needs to settle? Came an anguished voice from the bathroom. Daisy pressed herself against the door, holding it shut. The last thing they needed was this woman bursting out without her clothes or towel into the hallway. What do you mean, settle? Honey bunny, what about your promises? You said you loved me, that you wished we'd met sooner, that you'd waited your whole life for me. The woman tried to get from the bathroom, but Daisy held the door harder. At least throw a towel over yourself, Lane shouted, helping to prop the door open. There are children here. What did you promise me? Yelled the woman. What did you tell me? Have you forgotten? That you'd decide everything yourself. You only had to wait a little while. What was I supposed to tell you? The truth? That I just wanted to have fun? Who knew you were such a fool? Lane yelled back. Everyone around you is a fool, Daisy breathed, struggling to restrain her husband's furious mistress. The wife is a fool who didn't understand anything. The mistress is also a fool. To hell with you both, just leave me alone. Lane gritted his teeth. A vein swelled in his neck, and at this moment he barely looked human. Scoundrel, you have no conscience. The door burst open with such force that Daisy was thrown aside. Children, go to your room, she called quickly. Julie gasped and covered her eyes with both hands. Just in time, as Lane's mistress tumbled out, fortunately in the bathrobe. Julie, let's go for a walk, Kevin said quickly. Julie, hands still over her eyes, walked out of the apartment with her brother. I'm leaving too, Daisy said. We're clearly not welcome here. Wait, don't make a scene, said Lane. Let's sort this out quietly. No, I've had enough, Daisy snapped, panting. Maybe if the children and I hadn't seen this spectacle, I would have stayed, but not now. You deal with her. She glared at her husband's mistress. There she was in the middle of the room, sobbing, and with her black hair dripping wet. She looked like a drenched chicken, at least to Daisy's eyes, pathetic and laughable at once. Daisy regarded her with a mixture of disgust and derision. Lane stood in shocking silence, his emotions a grimy cocktail of shame, frustration, and horror at his spectacular failure, and in front of everyone. What an ugly ending, Daisy muttered. Well, I'm done here. She left the apartment and went downstairs. Good thing we hadn't unloaded everything from the car, she thought. Though we don't have much anyway. We'll come back for the winter clothes later. The children stood by the car, talking quietly. "Why are you standing here? Get in," Daisy said. "Where are we going?" Kevin asked, opening the car door. "That's a good question. It's getting dark." Daisy looked at her son and made a sudden decision. "Let's go to the village. Grandfather's house is still there. We can rest and spend the night." They stopped for food on the way to the village, having eaten nothing since breakfast before the airport. The longer journey proved beneficial, giving them time to calm down. Only as they approached the village did Daisy realise she had unconsciously severed ties with her entire former life. What would they do now? Live in this village? Stoke the stove and shovel snow at this house, which was 3 times smaller than their city apartment? "Mum, are we almost there?" Julie asked from the back seat. "I'm sleepy." "Almost there, Julie." Daisy stopped the car. "There's our house." They had to trudge through the snowy road to reach the cabin, only 50 metres, but walking through ankle-deep, crunchy snow while carrying bags made it feel like a marathon. Daisy forged ahead, making a path for the children. "Just what I needed," she thought bitterly. "This is what happens when you stay away from your paternal home too long. You have a husband, nice apartment in a new district, and then out of the blue you're shovelling snow. My own fault." "Mum, I'm tired, and snow's getting in my shoe," came a whining voice behind her. "We're almost there, Julie," Daisy replied without turning. "Just a little further, sweetie." "Mum, why are we here? We could have gotten a hotel room." "We'd have to come here in the morning anyway, so stop whining," Kevin cut in. "Thank you, Kevin," Daisy said sincerely. "What would I do without you, Sonny?" The gate they'd struggled to reach was latched from inside. Kevin shook his head, then brightened. "I can fix this." He pulled himself up and over the fence. "Hey, the snow's knee-deep here," his cheerful voice called. "Julie, pass me that thermos from the side pocket." "Planning a tea break?" his sister grumbled, but tossed it over. "No, dummy. I'll pour hot water on the latch to thaw it. By the way, do we have house keys?" Kevin asked. "Or should I break a window?" "We have them," Daisy assured him as they entered through the gate. "Here, under the doormat." Kevin carefully turned the key twice in the lock. "Well, at least that house is without any surprises," he muttered. "I'll get the suitcases. Go on in." Daisy entered first. The musty smell of an empty house hit her immediately. "Mum," her daughter whispered, "this feels weird." "We'll heat the furnace, so don't worry, dear." "I'll handle that," Kevin grunted, dragging in their travel bag. "Just check the barn, not much wood, but it's dry. We'll stay warm." Daisy walked over to the old dresser and gingerly touched the cold mirror. She unbuttoned her down jacket and pulled the scarf off her head. "Here I am home. Here I am back," she thought. "What's next? That's still a big question." "Well, Mum, why are you standing like frozen?" Kevin said softly. "Let's fire up the furnace, make some tea and have a snack." The woman was grateful to her son this evening. If it hadn't been for Kevin, she probably would have been completely lost. It was good to have him, calm, judicious, keeping his wits about him. "Kevin, do you need my help?" she asked, peering into the kitchen, where the children were busy with the stove. "Well, we're doing all right, Mum," Julie replied. "We've got tea, cookies and noodles. We can boil up quickly." "Yes, we'll have a snack and go to sleep. We'll make it till tomorrow," her son added. "By the way, where are the mugs?" Daisy waved his hand toward the cabinet. "Over there. Julie, take them out," the boy commanded briskly. When the children had settled down to sleep, Daisy cleared the table and found herself alone in the silence. She didn't want to move at all. She sat still, warming her palms against the warmth from the furnace and listening to the quiet. She tried to understand whether this house, once unjustly abandoned, had accepted her. Was it happy to have her now? Was it pleased that the furnace was warming up again and its rooms were filled with living voices? Daisy listened carefully and felt no rejection in response. So the house has been waiting, she thought, and will welcome its new inhabitants, who will fill it with joy and laughter. The house will repay us for warmth and comfort. Nothing in that tiny house had changed since Daisy's childhood. Here was the table that Grandfather had made with his own hands. Daisy walked over, placed her palm on the table's surface and smiled, feeling the familiar tiny scratches under her fingers. She remembered how often she had watched her grandmother skillfully handling the dough. Such simple magic. She had been mesmerized by the process. Grandma would beat a few eggs in a large pan, then add flour and milk. She'd knead everything thoroughly, place the dough near the furnace, and an hour later the dough would come alive, swelling, rising, becoming beautiful. Soon after, the house would fill with the familiar, beloved smell of fresh bread. It was a magical aroma, the scent of coziness, and her grandmother's homely warmth. And her grandfather, he was a true magician too. In his hands, ordinary wood transformed into small birds, and dry branches became playful, harmless snakes. Daisy's bookshelf had a whole menagerie of grandfather's gifts, birds, snakes, even a puppy and an elephant. But most of all, Daisy loved the bears with their cubs. No one knew how long it took Grandpa, but he somehow managed to create real wooden fairy tales between his other tasks. A bear would lounge on the forest lawn, lazily sharpening its claws on a stump, while nearby the cubs frolicked, one climbing onto another's back, the third curled up against their mother's warm side. Daisy had given names to all 3 cubs, creating different stories for them. She would then share these stories with her grandparents, who loved listening to them. Now, neither grandmother nor grandfather remained, and Daisy herself was no longer little, but rather like a mother bear with cubs. Only the house had stayed the same. Even her child's chair had survived. Daisy's hand found it under the table. Her fingers instantly recognized the polished back and cushioned seat. She pulled the chair out and smiled. Then she sat it against the furnace and lowered herself carefully onto it. She leaned against the warm side of the wall, closed her eyes, and nearly dozed off. Suddenly, her phone vibrated in her pocket. The screen showed an incoming message. From her husband, of course. Since you chose to behave this way, stupidly and unreasonably, it's your choice. I want to warn you that all your cards have been blocked. We'll see how you behave from here on out. Maybe I'll change my mind later. I suggest you use your brain and common sense. Oh, great. He woke me up to make me happy, Daisy muttered, tucking her phone back into her pocket. Typical of him. After returning the small chair to its place, Daisy settled on the sofa, covering herself with her down jacket. But sleep wouldn't come. What if Lane isn't lying? Of course he isn't. Then we're in trouble, as they say. I don't have much cash. All right, I should stay calm. No panicking, she whispered. We've got property division and custody arrangements ahead of us, but that's for later. Also, I still have my car. Should I sell it? No, I need the car. So, there's only one option left. I need to find work. I've been at home long enough. Of course, Daisy had an education. Between having children, Daisy had led arts and crafts classes. Yes, this village once had a school and kindergarten, but that was long ago. The school closed about 6 years ago, and the kindergarten even earlier. There were no arts centres here. Where could she go? Well, there's enough thinking for today. I'll deal with this tomorrow, she thought, and whether from finding peace or pure exhaustion, Daisy finally fell asleep. In her dreams, she heard her husband's caustic voice. Well, well, we'll see how you manage without credit cards. You'll end up a milkmaid, living on one salary. In the morning the woman awoke to strange sounds. Something outside the window creaked and squeaked. Daisy got up from the couch and looked out. In the yard, her son Kevin was wielding a huge shovel. Seeing his mother, he waved, stuck the shovel into the snowdrift, and came inside. "Good morning, Mum. I found a shovel, and I thought I'd tidy up while everyone's asleep." "Oh, Kevin," Daisy said gently, brushing snowflakes from her son's bangs. "But you're only 14. You're still a child. You'll wear yourself out." "No, I won't," Kevin replied. "Remember what you always told me. A man is either a man, right away or never." "Yes, I remember," Daisy sighed, smiling. "I remember everything. Go on, while Julie sleeps, finish clearing the snow, and I'll go to the neighbours and see if anyone will sell us some eggs for breakfast." She pulled on her down jacket and slipped into her still wet sneakers. "There are felt boots behind the furnace," Kevin remarked. "Why don't you wear those, Mum? And I'll put your sneakers near the furnace to dry." "Oh, Kevin, my clever boy, you've already explored the whole house. And yes, the boots would be the better choice," Daisy said cheerfully. It had been a couple of days. She'd already called the lawyer to have him draw up the divorce papers. Daisy had little cash, of course, but the children's savings came in handy. Once returning from the grocery shop, Daisy didn't find her son at home. "Where's Kevin?" Daisy asked Julie, who had just made tea, which smelled wonderfully. "Mum, Kevin went to the neighbours. Said he'd ask around, see if anyone needs snow cleared from their roof or wood chopped." She hadn't finished speaking when the front door slammed and a frost-reddened, satisfied Kevin appeared. "Mum, you're home already?" he asked, spotting her boots in the hallway. "Yes, Mum's in the kitchen," Julie called back. Just then Daisy's phone rang, and she answered without checking who it was. "You've humiliated me. I've never seen such insolence, and don't expect child support." It was her husband, his voice hysterical and uncontrolled. "What? Me? Just go away. I've heard enough," Daisy shouted, barely breaking through his endless stream of words. She couldn't bear to hear more of his accusations. She ended the call and immediately switched her phone to silent mode. Just then Kevin walked in. "Mum, look what I've brought." Kevin proudly placed 2 huge pockets in the middle of the table. "All honestly earned," he said, removing his jacket. "There's an elderly woman nearby with an invalid husband who can't walk. I cleared snow from their roof, then cleaned their barn and driveway. They couldn't pay me in money, but they gave me food instead. Fresh milk, a whole can, some butter, a bag of potatoes, plus some frozen meat and jam. Not sure what kind, but they say it's good." "What a haul! What a haul!" Daisy marvelled. "This will feed us for 3 days." Her heart swelled with endless tenderness for her son. What a wonderful boy she had raised, so much like his father. Daisy had avoided these memories for years, forbidden herself to remember. It had been too painful. But today, for the first time, the memories enveloped her like a warm blanket, different from before. She remembered her surprise back then, wondering at how handsome he was. He could have been an actor, yet there he was in the pedagogical college library. Back then she'd thought all handsome men wanted to be on stage or at least on TV, but Dave sat at a nearby table surrounded by textbooks, taking notes. The next day when he saw Daisy, he gave a slight nod. This was normal. Students who often crossed paths would greet each other without even knowing names. Daisy returned a friendly smile. Dave immediately gathered his notebooks and books and came over. He pointed to an empty chair. "May I?" "Of course," Daisy said, adding silently to herself, "You can do whatever you want," then laughed at her own silliness. But what could she do? Love at first sight is complicated. Dave, it turned out, wasn't from the pedagogical college at all. "I'm writing a term paper for a friend," he explained. "These books can't be taken home, so I need a day pass." Daisy listened fascinated, though truthfully, his field of study didn't matter to her. She realised with surprise that he could have been studying linguistics or geology. It wouldn't have changed anything. She just wanted to be near him, listening to his voice. What followed she remembered hazily, without details or sequence. She recalled the autumn sun shining, golden leaves crunching underfoot. She remembered ice cream in waffle cones by the Embankment Street musician. They were so happy then. But just 3 months later, Dave left. One day, he simply didn't show up after classes. Daisy thought he must be delayed. He'd come that evening. But he didn't come that evening or the next day. His phone went unanswered. Separations are always hard, but parting from someone you love isn't just difficult, it's agonizing. Daisy spent the entire weekend in bed. Friends called, inviting her out, suggesting she move on, but she stayed home for 2 reasons. First, she secretly hoped that Dave would come. He'd call. However, after a week and a half of silence, it was probably foolish to think this. But blind hope persisted, slowly destroying her. No, it would be unbearable. How could she go on? The second reason terrified Daisy even more, bringing instant chills and sweaty palms. What if, while out with her friends, she saw him with someone else? Better to stay in the dormitory, busied in textbooks. Daisy passed her exams with excellence, but felt no joy. She would have preferred to fail everything. Then she'd have to study for retakes and wouldn't have time to think about Dave. She went to her grandparents' house in the country for winter vacation, and for the first time in ages, she was able to turn off her phone, push away her thoughts, and truly sleep. At home, even the walls help, Daisy thought as she woke up in the morning. She sat on the bed, wrapped to her neck in a warm blanket, and contentedly breathed in the air of her childhood home. Grandma had already baked buns, and the house was filled with her favourite childhood aroma. Daisy suddenly felt that everything would be fine. She was home. That meant everything would be all right. Here she was loved, supported and protected. New Year's Eve was coming. Grandfather would bring a tree from the forest. She would make paper garlands, and Grandpa would likely carve squirrels and hares from wood. It would be a celebration. She was so absorbed in these thoughts that when there was a knock at the door, she assumed it was Grandpa with the tree, but instead of his voice she heard another. Dave, ignoring her grandmother's questions, made his way into the room. "Daisy, let me explain." "Go away. Please just listen." He crouched in front of the bed and tried to look into her face. Daisy buried her forehead in the blanket. "Go away." "Please, just let me tell you. Daisy, my best friend, is dead. He was coming to visit me. I thought he'd arrive, and I'd introduce you to them." His voice cracked. "The car skidded. My friend couldn't react in time. Then he was upside down. I couldn't think straight. I was blaming myself for inviting him. Then I kept telling myself, I'll handle the arrangements, bury him, then call you. But I couldn't. You understand? I couldn't tell night from day. When I finally came to my senses, so much time had passed. I called, but you didn't answer. I went to the city, to the dormitory. They told me you'd taken your exams early and gone to your family. So here I am. I am sorry for your loss. But please, leave me. I don't want to see you any more," she repeated firmly. "You had said what you wanted to say. Fine. Now go away." Daisy did not raise her head, nor when she heard his footsteps toward the door, nor when they stopped dead. Dave lingered at the threshold, looking at her for a long time before leaving. "You shouldn't have done that,"
Grandmother said reproachfully. Granny, what's use in such love if he forgot about me in his time of trouble? Asked Daisy with a terrible pain in her voice. Perhaps you're right, dear, and it's for the best, her grandmother agreed quietly. Upon returning to the city, Daisy felt worse again. It was painful to see the streets where she and Dave had walked together. She dreaded going to the library, fearing he might still be there writing term papers. She also noticed she tired quickly and sometimes felt short of breath. Daisy was almost certain it was from stress, and was shocked when the doctor smiled and announced, "Congratulations, about 8 weeks." 8 weeks of what? Daisy asked, confused. Do I have only this time left? My dear, the doctor sighed and shook his head. You're 8 weeks pregnant. That's approximately. An ultrasound will give us a more precise date. Is that clear now? Leaving the clinic, Daisy was overwhelmed, walking, not noticing anything around her. Watch out! Someone grabbed her arm forcefully and pulled her back. Daisy barely had time to gasp before finding herself in a stranger's arms. What are you doing? She protested, but he cut her off. Why aren't you watching where you're going? You almost walked under a bus. Daisy looked back to see a large bus passing by. The driver shot her an angry look. Miss, are you feeling all right? Let's find a bench. What's your name? Daisy. Nice to meet you. I'm Lane. Lane walked her all the way to her dormitory that day, and when he asked for her phone number, Daisy confessed honestly, I'm pregnant, and I'll probably be a single mother, so if you're interested in me, you'd better forget about it. Ah, Lane nodded. Now I definitely won't forget. Will you give me your number? That's how Lane handled everything, simply without drama. Daisy liked that about him. When she was less than 2 months from giving birth, Lane said, We should get married, so the child is born into a family, everything as it should be. As for Dave, Daisy never saw him again. Kevin considered Lane his father. Now Daisy reflected on how Kevin had grown to resemble his biological father, in both appearance and voice. Dave would probably be proud to have such a son now. I was so foolish, she thought bitterly. I drove away the man I loved. I should have understood him then, comforted him. But it's too late now. Nothing can be fixed. The bus crept slowly toward the stop, careful on the icy road. The stop was situated in a peculiar spot, right across from the village cemetery. How long has it been since I visited Grandfather's grave? Daisy thought, reproaching herself as she walked toward the cemetery. It's sad that Grandmother is buried in another city. She had gone to visit an old friend just before her death. She passed away there, peacefully, simply not waking up one morning. It was a long journey back, with temperatures reaching 40 degrees. Daisy walked along the snow-packed path, occasionally glimpsing the inscriptions on the gravestones. It made her uneasy. She tried not to raise her eyes, avoiding memories of people she had known. Better not to think about it. Eyes downcast, she walked quickly forward, refusing to look around. It was just 20 steps to her grandfather's grave. Oh! Daisy exclaimed, nearly colliding with a man, standing with his back to her. The man turned slowly. Daisy? Dave? She recognized him instantly. He looked exactly like her son. They could have been twins. Only now Dave had silver streaks at his temples. Dave, is it really you? Why are you here? He shrugged. You probably won't believe me, but I've been desperate to learn something about you. I thought your grandparents were buried here. I couldn't remember where your house was, so I decided to ask around in the village. They told me I'd find your grandfather's grave here. They said you had been living in the city with your family for years, so I came to visit your grandfather at least. I have some relatives buried here too. How are you, Daisy? How's life?
What brings you here today?" I live here now, in my grandparents' old house. Moved here with the kids a week ago." "Where's your husband? Still in the city?" "I don't have a husband anymore," Daisy replied curtly. "We're divorcing." After a pause, biting her lip, she continued, "You know, Dave, this seems like fate. I was just thinking about you today, and I feel so ashamed about sending you away back then. You were going through such grief, and all I could think about was myself. I was wrong." "I was a fool myself, Daisy," Dave replied calmly. "I should have come to see you again, but I didn't dare." She smiled back at him. "You know, Dave, I think it's them. My grandparents made it, so our paths crossed again." "They probably did," Dave agreed. "I can't explain our meeting here any other way. Dave, let's go to my place. We've just moved, but we can have a cup of tea. Or do you need to go to town? Are they waiting at home?" "No, Daisy, I live alone, and tea is precisely what you and I need. You must be cold." "Well then, let's go check on my grandfather. I want to thank him for this meeting." "And I have a car. We'll get to the village in no time." Dave spoke with such sincerity, without a hint of pretense. He was genuinely overjoyed to see Daisy. That's just like Kevin. He never pretends to be something he's not. Daisy respected this trait in her son. After all, not everyone has the courage to remain true to themselves. After visiting Daisy's grandfather's grave and returning to the car, Dave began talking about himself. "I never married, Daisy. I work as a doctor in the city in a good position, but I haven't had children or a family. You know, you left such an impression on my soul that I found myself comparing every girl to you, unconsciously searching for someone like you, but I never found anyone. As for me, Dave, I was married and have 2 kids, and you're wrong about not having children." Dave stopped abruptly. "Are you joking?" he asked, hope and joy flicking in his eyes. "You mean that you and me?" "Let's go, Dave. See for yourself." As they drove up to the house, Daisy saw her son. Kevin was in the yard, clearing snow from the roof. Seeing the car stop at the gate and his mother with a stranger, he paused his work and jumped into a snowdrift. "Kevin, come, please. I'd like you to meet someone." "Dave, this is my eldest son," Daisy introduced formally as he approached them. "Kevin," the boy extended his hand. "And I'm Dave," the man replied, fighting back tears of joy. Only he knew what that moment cost him. Kevin was his spitting image. "Why didn't you tell me before?" Dave whispered to Daisy as they walked toward the house. "I only found out about that later, and I was too self-confident to call you and acknowledge that I was wrong. I am so sorry," Daisy replied softly, ensuring only Dave could hear. "I look like in a mirror right now," he whispered to Daisy. "Does he know about me?" "Come inside," Kevin called out hospitably. "Yes, Kevin, you and Julie prepare tea, and we'll be right there." As soon as Kevin closed the door, Dave gently gripped Daisy's shoulders and spoke hesitantly. "Daisy, move in with me. I have a big apartment. There's plenty of room for everyone. The school is nearby. Don't worry about anything. Village life is no good for children's education. I have the means. I'll handle everything. And this place? We can use it as a summer house." "Daisy, so you never told him about his birth father?" "No, Dave, I haven't." "All right. I'm so happy we found each other, Daisy. Darling, you're a miracle." Dave suddenly wrapped his arm around Daisy's waist and pulled her around the corner. 15 years apart. I've missed you terribly." Daisy laughed joyfully. "We've foolishly wasted 15 years without seeing or kissing each other," she said, melting into his strong embrace. "But now we have all the time to make up for it. Dave said, and their lips finally met. It seemed nothing could keep them apart now. Gary stepped hesitantly into the reception area and immediately encountered the secretary's displeased look. "Mr. Artell is busy." Gary timidly sat down on a chair close to the door. "It's all right, I'll wait. I urgently need to sign a vacation application." Megan grimaced, as if she had bitten into a whole lemon, peel and all. "Gary, you're wasting your time. Mr. Artell won't sign your application. What kind of vacation can there be in the middle of repair season?" Even the old-timers of the organisation were more afraid of this woman than Mr. Artell himself. Each morning she issued commands to foremen, supervised material loading and unloading, and even summoned truants and other rule-breakers to the reception room to write explanatory notes. Gary didn't escalate the situation, but decided to wait quietly. For about an hour she busied herself with various tasks, occasionally casting hostile glances at the disturber of her peace. Finally, she angrily threw the hefty folders onto her desk and marched into the chief's office. "Mr. Artell, Gary is waiting here. I told him you didn't ask for him." Mr. Artell's booming voice carried across the office. "How long has he been waiting? Let him come in. And Megan, how many times have I asked you to approach visitors respectfully? What if someone has an urgent matter?" The secretary rushed out of the chief's office, her face flushed, and Gary felt triumphant. He entered the chief's office, carefully closing the door behind him. "Gary, tell me what you need, but make it quick." The chief shuffled a pile of papers. The man silently handed over a folded sheet of paper. "It's a vacation request, Mr. Artell. I really need it. Family reasons. Just 10 days, please." Mr. Artell snorted disapprovingly. "Why do you request leave at such a crucial time? You know we have deadlines." Gary stepped up to the chief's desk. "Mr. Artell, my mother is ill. A neighbour called, says she's in bad shape. She lives in the village and can't manage alone anymore." Mr. Artell came around the table, sympathy evident in his eyes. "Now, that's what you should have led with." He walked to the middle of the floor and turned around. "Yes, our parents age so quickly while we stay busy. We never find time for them. Gary, how did you let your mother end up so helpless?" Gary was caught off guard. "Mr. Artell, well, I—" "Enough. Save your explanations for your mother." Mr. Artell signed the paper. "Take this to accounting yourself and inform the site manager who'll cover for you. You've arranged that, I hope?" "Yes, Mr. Artell." Craig agreed to step in. "He's young but capable." The chief nodded and Gary exhaled with relief and hurried home. Now came the hardest part, explaining to his wife. Shortly after New Year's, she'd announced they would spend the summer at a resort, like proper people. Gary hadn't objected then, but 6 months ago he couldn't have predicted today's events. Though he dreaded what awaited him at home, it was too late to turn back. He resolutely opened his apartment door. Heather met him in the hallway. "You're early today?" With pleasure the man slipped off his shoes and into his slippers. "I haven't worked much today, Heather. I need to tell you something." The woman smiled. "Sounds mysterious. Could it be that you remembered my birthday and wants to ask what to give his favourite wife?" Gary froze in the middle of the hallway with the stupidest smile on his face. To cover his slip-up, he let out a joyful exclamation. "Of course! That's all I've been thinking about these past few days. Please, announce what you want." The man hastily kissed his wife on her chubby cheek, but Heather didn't notice his strange behaviour. Lowering her eyes modestly, she whispered, "Gary, I found a suit and purse, though the price is a bit steep." The man happily interrupted his wife. "Don't worry about the cost. You know I spare nothing for my wife. Take my card and buy whatever you want, dear. But I have some news. Your birthday is very important, but before that, I need to visit my mother. Aunt Paige, our neighbour in the village, called this morning. She said Mum is very weak and can't manage alone. It's understandable. Age is taking its toll. Heather's face grew taut, her eyes flashing with anger. She cut him off impatiently. Stop right there. I knew you'd pull something like this. Fine, my birthday will be ruined. What about our vacation? I booked a family resort for August. What am I supposed to do about that now? Gary attempted an innocent smile. Why cancel? You and Kimberly can go together. You'll have a proper vacation. That was the pebble that broke the dam. Heather unleashed a torrent of reproaches, her voice rising, occasionally peppered with profanity. Gary tried several times to calm his raging wife, but his voice drowned in her shouts. The quarrel might have escalated further had Kimberly not appeared in the hallway. Dear parents, what kind of circus are you putting on here? Could you keep it down? The neighbours are already looking at our family suspiciously. Heather, rather than quietening down, turned on her daughter. I don't care about the neighbours. This is my home. I'll yell if I want. Cry if I want. Kimberly rolled her eyes with a grimace. Here we go again. Daddy, what did you say to Mum to get her so worked up? The man answered calmly. Nothing special. Your grandma is very sick and I need to visit her. Mum's upset because she had different plans. Kimberly rushed to her father, ignoring her mother's angry glares. Oh, Daddy, can I come with you? All my classmates have left and I'm the only one stuck in this concrete jungle. Before Gary could respond, his wife shouted, just as forcefully, No, you're not going anywhere. The teenage girl asked defiantly, Mum, why not? I'm not going to a party, I'm going to see Grandma. What's the problem? You'll even get a break from us. Heather looked from her daughter to her husband. To hell with you. Do what you want. Father and daughter exchanged knowing glances, while Heather disappeared into her room, leaving her husband alone with his troubled thoughts. For 17 years, Gary had been bound in marriage, and throughout those years, he'd considered himself quite happy. After all, what more could a man want when his house is full and his wife a good homemaker? But lately, Gary increasingly caught himself thinking this wasn't how he'd imagined true family happiness. The man zipped up his travel bag and muttered dejectedly, I guess I'm having a midlife crisis. Gary very much wanted to have a family atmosphere in his home, but every day the family disagreements only grew. The man avoided thinking about the possible consequences of confronting his wife, still hoping they would somehow find their way back to mutual understanding. Deep down, he realized that the time for mending their relationship had passed, and the most obvious sign was their decision to sleep in separate rooms. Heather had initiated these new arrangements. One evening after a dinner party at friends', she wrinkled her nose in disgust and said, Gary, you'll sleep separately tonight. He protested. Heather, what's this about? With a dismissive expression, she replied, You smell terrible and snore horribly when you've been drinking. Though hurt, Gary didn't lash out. He merely hissed angrily, As if you smell like violets yourself. Sleep alone if that's what you prefer. After that incident, Heather had found various pretexts to keep her husband out of the bedroom. Gary, tired of the humiliation, defiantly moved his belongings to another room. Surprisingly, both he and Heather quickly adapted to this arrangement, pretending it was perfectly normal. Only rarely did their relationship thaw when his wife would smile mysteriously after dinner and say, Gary, you can visit me today. We'll watch a good movie on TV together. He would feel foolishly young again, grateful that his wife allowed him near her. This arrangement was humiliating and did nothing to strengthen their marriage. He told Heather several times that this wasn't normal for spouses, but she would immediately become defensive. Don't like it? Find another wife. After several attempts to reason with her, Gary gave up and decided to let things be. Well, time will show who's right and who's wrong. If it weren't for Kimberly, I would have left for another woman long ago. I don't understand what I saw in Heather back then. What did she do to me? Their meeting had been pure chance. Gary was walking home from work when the sky opened up with a sudden downpour. There had been no sign of rain that morning, so he'd left his umbrella at home. Within seconds, Gary was drenched and longing to reach his dormitory. Running almost blindly through the rain, he suddenly collided with something alive and very wet. Through the curtain of rain, he made out what had blocked his path, a young woman, about 20 years old, standing in the middle of the street, holding a single sandal. Gary called out over the rain, "Miss, you nearly made me fall." She smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, I was running for cover when my heel broke off. I always have bad luck at the worst moments. The rain came at such a bad time, and of course I forgot my umbrella." While Gary didn't particularly care about the young woman's predicament, he couldn't leave her alone in such weather. "I'm without an umbrella today too, just forgetfulness. I live nearby. You're welcome to wait out the rain in my dry and warm place." The girl brightened at his suggestion. "Oh, thank you. I need to get to the other side of town." She hadn't realized her rescuer lived in a worker's dormitory. When they arrived at his room, she hesitated. Gary asked her not to worry and took a shirt from his closet. "You can change into this, and I'll put your dress in the dryer." Gary stepped outside, and 5 minutes later, she handed him her wet clothes through the door and asked shyly, "Could you also fix my heel?" The young man laughed. "I'll try. I'll dry your dress, then I'll work on the heel." As her nervousness eased, she ventured, "What's your name? I'm Heather." Tilting back his head, the girl laughed, a sound that struck Gary like musical bells. By evening, the rain had stopped, and Gary offered to walk his pretty new acquaintance home. Enchanted, he listened happily to her chatter. Heather explained that she lived with her aunt because she was an orphan. Her parents had died in an accident years ago, her father instantly, while her mother had been severely injured and spent over 10 years disabled. Her aunt, her father's sister, had become her legal guardian while her mother was still alive. The girl admitted, "To be honest, my aunt frightens me a bit. She's very strict and demands total obedience. She'll definitely scold me today. I've never come home this late." "Heather, I won't let you get into trouble. I'll explain to your aunt about the weather," Gary declared firmly. "Please don't. I'd better handle it myself. If my aunt sees me with a strange man, she'll throw me out, and then I'll be homeless. When my mother had her accident, my aunt immediately set conditions, making it clear she wouldn't help anyone for free, especially her brother's wife, so Mother had no choice but to sell our apartment. My aunt lived alone. Her husband had left her when she was young, and she never had children. She took all of my mother's disability pension and my allowance. She wouldn't even let us use money for Mother's medicine, considering it a waste. My mother probably died from lack of proper treatment. She lived in constant pain, forced to endure it. Heather's story shocked the young man. In his mind, she was like a trapped princess, locked away by her cruel aunt, and he imagined himself as the noble hero who would rescue this poor orphan. That night, he couldn't sleep, and by morning, he knew he had fallen in love with Heather at first sight. That evening, he waited for her outside her aunt's building. Heather showed no surprise at seeing him. "I knew you would come," she said. "I had that feeling in my heart." Though this was unusually forward for a first meeting, Gary didn't mind. He wanted to share his thoughts with her too. "Heather, I've been thinking all night about your difficult situation, and you know what I've concluded?" Gary took a deep breath and spoke decisively. "I must save you, and I know how. Marry me. Don't say no right away. I've thought it all through. We'll start in my dormitory and eventually we'll buy our own apartment. I make good money, so this plan is completely doable." Heather was silent, but Gary could tell from her expression that she was thinking hard about his proposal. Finally, she said, "You know, Gary, I agree. We might work something out, and if it doesn't work, we can always split up." Gary was so pleased with her consent that he overlooked how casually she predicted their possible future. Being deeply in love, he saw only the good in Heather and tried to ignore any warning signs. The next day, during lunch break, they met at the registry office. Since they weren't planning a big wedding, the registration was scheduled for a month and a half later. The bride's aunt flatly refused to help financially, so Gary bravely took on all the expenses himself. His mother helped considerably. Mrs. Harris, like most village women, was very careful with money and saved for emergencies. When her son announced his marriage plans, she gave him her savings without hesitation. "Here, I was saving for a rainy day, but who knows when that day will come, if ever. Take it, son, you need it now." Beyond money, Mrs. Harris devoted much effort to organising the event. Her years of experience as a cook in the village canteen taught her how to feed people well on a budget. Gary rented a small dining hall in the city centre for the wedding. His mother personally oversaw the food purchases and supervised the cooking. Thanks to her efforts, the tables overflowed with appetizers, and all guests were delighted. But the newlyweds' happiness didn't last long. Barely a month later, his beloved Heather, whom he called Princess, out of affection, revealed her true nature. One day, as Gary rushed home on wings of love, the dormitory manager let him in the dormitory lobby. "Gary, I hate to tell you this, but you must control your wife. She caused a scene. She accused your neighbour across of wishing to steal you. She not only verbally abused her, but attacked her physically. And Kate is 8 months pregnant." Gary had been friends with the husband of Heather's victim, and after this outrageous incident, the men stopped greeting each other. However, before this scandal could settle, another erupted. This time, Heather broke the washing machine and blamed another resident's wife. The young mother of 2 didn't restrain herself, and another fight nearly broke out. The dormitory manager had to take action. She waited for Gary's return and firmly declared, "Gary, I care for you like a son, but I won't tolerate your wife's behaviour. The tenants complain constantly. She's rude to everyone and meddles in others' affairs. You have 1 week to find another place to live." Anger filled him as he opened their room's door, and he demanded sternly, "Why do you think you're better than others? Why do you behave so outrageously?" Heather giggled nervously. "Gary, what's wrong?" "What's wrong?" he exploded. "Thanks to you, we're being evicted from the dormitory." He had expected tears, excuses, some admission of guilt. But Heather never admitted her mistakes. She stormed out and raced down the hall, eager to confront those who'd slandered her. And after that, Gary spent a long time apologizing for his wife's deplorable behavior. When he returned to their room, Heather was calmly doing her nails as if nothing had happened. She muttered contemptuously, "Just wait, I'll make life miserable for these freaks." Gary said wearily, "No, you won't. We're being evicted from the dorm, thanks to you." Heather's eyes widened. "Gary, where will we live?" He snapped back. "I don't know. I have enough work problems. Now I must find a new place immediately." He stormed out, slamming the door. That night, for the first time, he compared his young wife to a nasty toad. Heather truly resembled one when she lost her temper. Mrs. Harris struggled to rise from bed. "Oh, Paige, life isn't fun anymore. I've lost so much strength. I can barely get out of bed." Paige Fremont rushed to help, but the elderly woman waved away her neighbour's hand.
No, I'll manage. It's always like this in the morning. My arms and legs won't bend, but once I get moving, it gets easier."
Paige set a large cup on the bedside stool. "Here's your tea. Have a cookie. I brought them fresh yesterday. By the way, Kathleen, forgive my interference, but I called your Gary yesterday." The elderly woman froze, cup in hand.
"Paige, why? I didn't ask you to."
Mrs. Harris's eyes welled with tears, and Paige responded firmly. "You didn't ask, but I called anyway. I can't stand watching you suffer. I don't understand how they can leave their mother alone."
"You've shocked me, Paige. Did I ask you to call Gary? I don't want to burden my son. He has enough troubles. I'd just be another problem, falling on him like snow. I'll manage alone somehow. Please, Paige, call him back. Tell him everything's fine."
Mrs. Harris looked pleadingly into Paige's eyes, but she did not succumb to a moment's weakness. "It's too late to call off. He'll be here tonight or tomorrow. He promised to be quick, though. And listen, Kathleen, if Gary asks you to come with him, don't be stubborn. You're in no position to play the heroine." The elderly woman laughed.
"What heroine am I now? Perhaps I'd love to live with my son, but I doubt I'd get along with his Heather."
Paige was surprised. "Why? Your daughter-in-law seems perfectly nice and affectionate."
Mrs. Harris spoke brokenly. "That's just for show, to make a good impression. You should have heard how she scolded Gary during their last visit. Her words are too shameful to repeat."
Paige waved dismissively. "Oh, those are just life's little troubles. Couples quarrel and make up in minutes."
"No, Paige, this is different," Mrs. Harris said, shaking her head. "By the way, don't try to soften me up, Paige. I won't forgive you for calling Gary."
Paige patted her elderly neighbour's shoulder. "You will forgive me? What choice do you have? Yes, your daughter-in-law isn't a gift, but we can't choose our relatives. Besides, you have your rights too. After all, you sent them money regularly while they were renting. Well, I should go. I have work waiting at home. You rest now. I'll come back later. Oh, and I almost forgot. Tara, our paramedic, promised to stop by. They're doing some preventative checkups."
Mrs. Harris brightened. "Tara's coming? That's wonderful. She can check my blood pressure at least. She's such a good person. Such a shame it didn't work out with Gary back then."
Paige lingered at the door. Yes, they would have made a fine couple. But what can you do? Fate has its own plans for each of us. After the neighbour left, Mrs. Harris shuffled to the kitchen, but paused at the sideboard. Behind the glass stood a portrait of her husband, and she turned to it with sadness.
"Oh, my dear, my time is coming soon. I've grown so weak I hardly want to go on."
2 feeble tears rolled down her cheeks. Mrs. Harris quickly wiped them away, making a promise to the portrait, no more crying. She kneaded the dough and set it in a warm place to rise, then began heating the furnace. Despite her age, Kathleen Harris handled her usual tasks skillfully, while her mind wandered through memories. She and her husband had lived well together, rarely quarrelling. Tom Harris had loved and respected his wife. Their only sorrow had been their inability to have children. Mrs. Harris had tried everything, doctors, folk healers, but nothing helped. Then one day, while travelling by train from the city, she met a woman who sat beside her. The stranger had a penetrating gaze, as if she could see right through people. After studying Kathleen for a long while, she said, "You must journey with pilgrims to the holy places and drink from the spring there. This will lift the curse, and you will bear a son." As the stranger spoke, Kathleen felt mesmerized. She heard everything but couldn't move. She desperately wanted to ask where these holy places were. The stranger smiled. "It's not far. You'll learn tomorrow. You'll be called." the mysterious woman vanished, and the spell fell from Kathleen. The next day at her canteen job, the trade union chairman was making a list for an excursion to the ancient town. Kathleen initially walked past, despite his encouragement to join, but after a few steps she felt as if struck by lightning, her ears ringing. She returned to the sign-up table. "I'll go." Of all the sights, the one that stuck out the most was the small but well-preserved chapel. Kathleen went in and prayed and asked for help in what she wanted most in the world. 2 days later, she returned home full of hope. Only when her doctor confirmed her pregnancy did she truly believe in miracles. Mrs. Harris gave birth to her only son at age 40. Doctors say late-in-life children are often frail, but Gary grew into a true strongman. He easily lifted heavy machinery while helping his father repair cars. His true passion, though, was construction. He would mould houses from sand and clay, delighting in creating entire cities. Though his parents hoped he would pursue higher education, Gary chose to attend a construction college. After graduating, he joined a road construction and repair company. He found satisfaction in his work and saw no reason to change. His superiors often suggested that further education could lead to a comfortable office position, but Gary would politely reply, "Seeing the results of your labour brings joy to your soul. Sitting in an office giving orders just isn't for me." Even now, during vacation, Gary longed for work, missing Craig's quirky jokes and the special brigade spirit. As for Kimberly, the peculiarities of village life filled her with wild excitement. Just 2 days were enough for the girl to become convinced that village life was far better than city life. Every evening, Kimberly deliberately set her alarm clock to wake up early and listen to her neighbour's rooster solo performance. But what struck her most were the vast expanses that opened up just behind her grandmother's house. Each morning, Kimberly ran to the river for a cool dip, then hurried home, where her grandmother had already prepared pies with various fillings. Mrs. Harris urged her granddaughter, saying, "Eat up, dear. In the city you won't find such food, only processed products." Kimberly agreed with her grandmother. "That's right, Grandma. Mum sometimes brings home such awful things from the supermarket that even stray dogs and cats won't eat them. You cook wonderfully, just like a professional chef." This confession made the elderly woman smile. When her neighbour Paige warned her about her son's arrival, she hadn't expected Gary would bring his daughter. The woman hadn't seen her granddaughter for 5 years and was overjoyed at her arrival. She confessed to her neighbour, "Paige, I even feel rejuvenated. Kimberly is so energetic and I don't want to fall behind. It's hard to imagine that they'll leave and I'll be alone again." To all the pensioners' concerns, Paige had one answer. "Then don't stay alone. Go with them. Stay with your son for at least the winter, and then we'll see." Kimberly also urged her grandmother, "Grandma, I've decided you'll live in my room. We can move the sofa from Mum's bedroom to mine, and I'll give you my bed." Mrs. Harris asked her granddaughter in surprise, "Are you all in separate rooms?" Kimberly confirmed with a happy smile, "Uh-huh. Mum has the biggest room. She's crammed so much furniture in there that it's impossible to move around. I like having space. It's really great to have your own room. For instance, I can watch what I want on TV, not just what Mum wants." Her granddaughter's revelations caused concern, and Mrs. Harris decided to carefully ask her son about his family life. But Gary immediately responded, "Mum, you're worried for nothing. We're fine. City life is just very different from village life, and there's nothing wrong with each family member having their own room. Even psychologists say everyone needs individual space. Personally, I don't feel any discomfort from this arrangement, and my girls are happy." Mrs. Harris didn't argue with her son, but kept her own opinion. Right after arriving, Gary began putting his mother's household in order. He mowed the grass, chopped firewood, and neatly stacked it in the shed. In the evening, he took fishing rods from the pantry. "Mum, I'm going to the river to unwind a bit. Maybe I'll catch something if I'm lucky." Gary walked to the river, breathing in the fresh air. Since childhood, he had been an avid fisherman, and now he wanted to check his favourite spots where the fish always bit well. He ran down a small hill to the river and headed for a sprawling willow tree. Gary carefully pushed aside the green branches, but before he could pass under the old tree's shade, he heard a loud shout. "Where are you going? This spot's taken." The man asked mockingly, "Who's being so territorial here?" A guilty voice responded, "Oh, sorry, I thought it was other kids." The willow was very old, its branches forming a natural canopy over the water. The sunlight barely penetrated this space, so Gary didn't immediately see the teenager settled near the shore. The kid looked about his daughter's age. In his hands was a sophisticated spinning rod. Gary whistled. "Wow, what an impressive fishing tool you have." The boy smiled. "My mum gave it to me for my birthday." The man asked, "How's the fishing?" "Not great today. Weather's probably changing," the boy answered honestly. "Fish always sense first when the atmospheric pressure drops. They hide in the deeper waters then." Gary looked at the young fisherman with respect. "You're quite knowledgeable. How long have you been fishing?" "I was tiny when my father gave me my first fishing rod. He was crazy about fishing." "Was?" Gary asked. "Did he divorce your mum?" The boy's eyes narrowed and he said contemptuously, "No, my dad wasn't like that. He would never abandon me and my mum." There was a despairing sigh, and the boy mumbled quietly, "He died. He was a gamekeeper who stood his ground. We used to live elsewhere by another river. It had excellent fish, so big shots and important officials would come there. My father opposed such lawlessness. He confronted everyone regardless of their rank, so they removed him because he interfered with their entertainment. I was just a kid then, only in 2nd grade. And you're Grandma Kathleen's son." Though Gary had grown up in the village, he was used to such abrupt conversational shifts. "Yes, my daughter and I came to visit my mother." The boy grinned. "Your Kimberly is all right. A decent girl." Gary was surprised again. "You've already met her?" "Yes, I like to take a dip in the river in the morning too." Gary settled down a little way from the boy. From the first minutes, the fish began to bite, which caused burning envy in the owner of the cool spinning rod. "You probably have your own secret?" the boy asked respectfully. Gary laughed quietly. "Yes, I have a secret. I used to fish here, and the river dwellers recognized me and decided to say hello." The boy laughed. "You've made me laugh, and Kimberly is funny too. Listen, boy, we've been talking for half an hour, and I still don't know your name." The boy was embarrassed. "I'm Sam Hills. My mum works here as a paramedic. We used to live in the district centre when my dad was alive, and then my mum was transferred here to work. They gave us a separate house, and I've already gotten used to it. It's not bad here, and the school is close by." Gary listened to the boy, his brain working feverishly. Suddenly, it hit him. Could he be Tara's son? He cautiously asked the teenager, "Sam, is your mum's name Tara, by any chance?" The boy smiled again. "Yeah, do you know her?" "I guess I do. Really, I'm not sure, but I think your mum and I were friends in childhood." Gary came home with an almost full bucket of assorted fish and in high spirits. Mrs. Harris was giving her granddaughter cooking lessons. Noticing her son on the doorstep, she said cheerfully, "Well, Kimberly, our fisherman is back. Looks like we'll be cooking soup today. I'll go outside to clean the fish, and you, Gary, rest for now." The man followed her. "Mom, I'm not tired at all. Let me help you." Mrs. Harris watched as her son deftly cleaned the fish. "Well, while you're doing fine here, I'll go put the water on. Tara should be here soon. I'll treat her to some fish. She visits me every other day. They have some program for heart patients. It's nice to be cared for like that," Gary said confidently. "It's okay, Mum. Now we'll take care of you all the time. And thank Tara very much, of course." Mrs. Harris, thoughtful, froze on the porch. "She's a good woman. Yes, she was also unlucky in life. Her husband died and they never found who did it. Or maybe didn't want to look. Gary, do you remember how you chased after Tara?" The man laughed. "How could I forget? Tara broke my heart. That's when I first learned how cruel women can be. I was only 2 years younger than she was, and she dismissed me, said I was still a child, and it was too early for me to fall in love with a grown-up girl." Gary spoke with a chuckle, but old resentment slipped into his voice. The mother realized that her son was nervous about meeting his first love. Tara visited her elderly patient toward evening. She was embarrassed when she saw Gary on the porch. "Hello, Gary. I'm here to see Mrs. Harris." He obligingly opened the door for her. "Come in. My mum has been waiting for you. She wants to treat you to some fish." The woman went into the house, saying, "My son told me about your fishing trip together, though he couldn't boast of the catch. Only caught 2 fish for the cat's dinner." Gary grinned. "I confess it's my fault. I deliberately poached all the fish." Tara shook her head. "And you, Gary, still joking. Tell me how you live, what you do. We haven't seen each other for ages." "We'll have a chance to talk and remember the best moments of our youth. My daughter and I are here for a week, and now, on my own behalf and mother's, I invite you to have dinner with us." In the village, it wasn't customary to refuse a treat. It could offend the hosts, and Tara agreed. After dinner, Gary volunteered to accompany her. Almost the whole way they were silent. Gary couldn't boast of his family life, and Tara wasn't one to show off her problems. He walked her to the gate and, saying goodbye, wished her sweet dreams. A day later, the paramedic visited again. She measured Mrs. Harris's blood pressure and listened to her heart. "Mrs. Harris, everything is generally fine, but we should do a cardiogram. Why don't you come to my office?" The old woman said sadly, "I guess that won't be possible. My son is taking me to his place. I'm afraid to go." Tara reassured the patient. "If your son wants you to go, you should. You'll have better medical care there within walking distance, not like here." The whole village came to see Mrs. Harris off. Paige cried at the departure, not wanting to part with her friend from the harsh days. They were on the train when Kimberly remembered. "Daddy, it's Mum's birthday today. We should have left yesterday. She'll definitely be offended." Gary mentally scolded himself but remained silent. He was almost certain Heather wouldn't make a scene over his small blunder. However, his hopes were not realized. His wife met him with a cascade of reproaches and didn't even greet her mother-in-law. Mrs. Harris had only read about hell in books and heard about it from the pastor in church, but after moving in with her son, she found herself in its very centre. At first, the daughter-in-law behaved quite decently. She didn't mind her mother-in-law moving into her daughter's room, but on the very first day, Heather couldn't hold back and reproached Mrs. Harris. "You must have entertained your son so well that he forgot his obligations." Mrs. Harris didn't know how to reply. She asked uncertainly, "Heather, darling, what are Gary's obligations? Did he owe money to someone?" The daughter-in-law bristled as if stung. "Gary owes me, first of all. He promised to show up on my birthday, and on such a day, I sat alone like an idiot," the elderly woman observed. "Please forgive him, he was too busy in the village." Heather grinned contemptuously and decided to vent her anger on her husband. Mrs. Harris heard her berating Gary. "Was it your decision to give me such a gift? Did you bring your mother? Did you even ask if I agreed?" Gary responded to his wife, but the words were indistinct. Kimberly noticed Mrs. Harris's confusion about the situation. "Grandma, don't pay attention. Mum missed him for a week and decided to remind Dad who's boss of the house." "Do you have such scandals often?" the old woman asked. Kimberly laughed. "Grandma, this isn't a scandal, just a light warm-up. When Mum really gets angry, the windows shake and the neighbours pound on the walls to calm them." "I shouldn't have come," the elderly woman burst out involuntarily. The grandmother laughed again. "Grandma, don't be afraid. I'll teach you how to behave properly. You just have to ignore Mum's yelling. Then she'll vent and calm down." "Child, does she yell at you too?" The girl sighed. "If only that. Mum might even hit with whatever's at hand. What can you do, Grandma? We can't choose our mothers." That first night, Mrs. Harris couldn't sleep. She tossed in the bed her granddaughter had kindly given up, turning unhappy thoughts over in her mind. "Yes, I walked into a trap through my own stupidity. I should have stayed home." Only when dawn began breaking did she fall into restless sleep. In the morning, she heard Heather telling Kimberly, "Stay until your grandmother wakes up, show her how to use everything here, and don't forget to feed Grandma." Mrs. Harris's heart lightened a bit. She thought, "I'm not to blame for my daughter-in-law. She may seem harsh, but she's actually kind. She takes care of me." The first few days, Kimberly stayed near her grandmother. They baked pies together in the kitchen and went to the park for fresh air. But soon her granddaughter's interest waned, and she began leaving early in the morning. "Grandma, you won't get bored here alone. Turn on the TV, watch a movie. I won't be long. I'll be back soon." Left alone, Mrs. Harris wanted to occupy herself. Something was wrong with the TV, and the elderly woman decided to read instead. Since the family library was in her daughter-in-law's room closet, she had to cross privacy boundaries. That day, Heather returned from work before her husband. She went straight to her room, and an outraged shriek erupted soon. "Who's been rummaging around?" The mother-in-law emerged from the next room and said guiltily, "Heather, I'm sorry. I slightly disturbed your order. I couldn't manage the TV, so I decided to read a book." The indignant daughter-in-law cut her off, rushing up to wave her hands in the elderly woman's face. "You can't take anything here without my permission. Remember that, please." The woman recoiled in fright, her heart racing. Remembering her pills, she started searching for her purse, but her daughter-in-law burst into her daughter's room. "No, you don't seem to understand anything. What are you snooping around for?" Mrs. Harris timidly mumbled, "I'm looking for my bag. My pills are in there." The daughter-in-law softened slightly. "You should have said right away that you needed the bag. It's in the hallway closet. We don't leave things lying around, and we keep medications in one place. There's a special cabinet in the kitchen. Come on, I'll show you." Mrs. Harris followed her daughter-in-law, who showed her where medicines and bandages were kept. After taking her medicine, the old woman felt better and fell asleep. That evening, she skipped dinner, fearing her daughter-in-law's anger. For 2 weeks, everything was quiet. Heather discovered her mother-in-law's other transgression when, returning from work, she went to the bathroom. Autumn came, and Kimberly went to school. Now Mrs. Harris was left alone all day long. It was good that she had learned to use the television. The elderly woman tried to please her daughter-in-law in everything, realizing her future fate depended on Heather. Her son rarely paid attention to his mother because he was always busy. Her only consolation was her granddaughter. One day after school, Kimberly said, "Grandma, we haven't cooked together in so long. I'm craving your cabbage pies." Mrs. Harris brightened. "Well then, check if there's flour in the house. We'll quickly make pies and feed Mum and Dad." Grandmother and granddaughter happily began their task, but couldn't finish it. The door slammed in the hallway, and Kimberly whispered, "Grandma, I think Mum's here. I'll go distract her while you clean up." The elderly woman hurriedly began cleaning their workspace, but Heather burst into the kitchen furiously. "What are you doing here? You've turned the apartment into a stable." Mrs. Harris pleaded, "Heather, I'll clean up quickly. The pies will be ready soon. They're already in the oven." The daughter-in-law pushed her mother-in-law, who lost her balance. She fell hard on her side and cried out in pain. Heather, ignoring her mother-in-law's cries, rushed to the stove. "How many times must I tell you not to touch anything?" In her anger, she loomed menacingly over the woman, writhing in pain on the kitchen floor. Kimberly pushed her mother aside and rushed to her grandmother. "Grandma, what's wrong? Where does it hurt?" Mrs. Harris pointed to her side. "I must have bruised myself badly when I fell." She kept from her granddaughter and son that her daughter-in-law had pushed her. But the pain was so unbearable that they had to go to the hospital. When the doctor examined the bruise, he whistled. "That's quite a fall, Granny. Not good at all. You likely have broken ribs." Later that day, Gary confronted his wife. "What happened here? Did you do this?" Heather, seeing her husband's unprecedented anger, made frightened excuses. "Gary, she did it herself. Honestly, I had nothing to do with it." Mrs. Harris spent 2 weeks in the hospital. Kimberly visited daily, though sadness clouded her face. When discharge day came, Gary took time off work to collect his mother. The attending doctor warned him, "At this age, fractures heal poorly. Your mother's recovery is very slow. She needs special care. I've written all the recommendations, but focus on nutrition. She needs calcium-rich foods. And of course, attention and care are essential to her treatment." Gary was lost, unable to provide the necessary conditions for his mother's recovery himself. He brought Mrs. Harris home and turned hopefully to his wife. "Heather, Mother's fractures haven't fully healed." But his wife cut him off. "Don't start. I know what you're going to say. Gary, don't even think about it. I won't look after your mother. A specialized nursing home is best for her situation. They have professional staff and good care." Gary froze briefly while Heather pressed on. "The only thing I'll help with is expediting the paperwork. I have a friend in Social Security who can speed things up." Without a word, Gary retreated to his room. Mrs. Harris lay on her granddaughter's bed, crying silently. She'd heard everything and understood her son had no choice. He couldn't quit his job to care for his sick mother. He had a family to feed. Heather, eager to remove her helpless mother-in-law, tackled the task zealously. She gathered all necessary documents and arranged for doctors to examine the old woman at home. Gary knew his wife's true intentions. He tried several times to appeal to her conscience, but found it impenetrable. He avoided his mother's room, ashamed to face the woman who had given him life. Though torn by remorse, he was powerless. Leaving his mother here meant condemning her to a slow death. His wife always kept her word and would ignore her mother-in-law, even in dire need. He was ashamed to admit his powerlessness in his own home and tried convincing himself his mother would fare better in a nursing home. The dreaded day arrived, and Gary packed with a heavy heart. Mrs. Harris remained calm about spending her remaining days in the nursing home, surrounded with strangers. Before leaving, she looked at her daughter-in-law and said sadly, "People act without considering consequences. Heather, you'll grow old too, and your daughter or granddaughter might not want to dispose of you. Have you never thought of that?" "Shut up, you old witch! That won't happen to me. I'm not worthless like you." The elderly woman took one last look at her daughter-in-law and left the apartment. Gary gently settled his mother in the back seat and whispered, "Mum, I'm sorry this happened." Mrs. Harris tried to smile. "That's all right, son. There are many lonely people my age in the nursing home, so I won't be bored there. Don't worry about me. You've got a family to think about. It's much easier to destroy than to preserve." His mother's words sank into the man's heart. They drove some distance before he dared to ask, "Mother, is it worth preserving something meaningless? Wouldn't it be better to destroy this nonsense and start over?" The woman spoke quietly. "I don't know, son. You must decide what matters most to you." Gary whispered, "Yes, it's not an easy choice, and I can't afford another mistake." Then the brakes screeched, and Mrs. Harris cried out in surprise, "Son, has your car broken down?" "No, Mum. Nothing's wrong with the car. We're not going to the nursing home. We're going home," the man declared cheerfully. "Home? But Heather won't let us in." "Mum, we're not going there. Our home is somewhere else entirely." Mrs. Harris realized what her son meant. She began to cry. "Gary, don't be foolish. I'm not worth ruining your life over. You have a family, work." Gary, seized by excitement, drove faster and told his mother, "Mum, I could find work in the village if I want. And as for a wife, well, I'm not too old yet. I'll ask Tara. What if she says yes?" Mrs. Harris listened and shook her head. Meanwhile, Heather grew worried when Gary didn't return at the arranged time. She dialed his cell phone, but he was unavailable. The woman was furious and stayed up all night, staring into the darkness outside the window, but Gary never appeared. He wasn't there in the morning either. Heather woke her daughter, and Kimberly noticed her mother's tear-stained eyes. "Mum, are you crying because of Dad?" "Just be quiet. I'm sick of all of you," Heather shouted. "Your useless father can't do anything. And that old woman, I hate her with all my heart. She's the one who turned everything upside down here. We were fine while she was gone." The daughter objected quietly. "Mum, you were the only one who thought that. Our house has been chaotic for a long time, and you're the cause of it." Heather lunged at her daughter. "How dare you talk to your mother like that? Getting too grown up? Too bold? Or did your grandmother turn you against me?" Kimberly dodged the blow. "Mum, do you want me to leave too?" Heather, completely losing control, began pushing her daughter toward the door. "Go to your daddy. I can manage without you." The girl ran down the steps in tears, not knowing what to do, but suddenly she had an idea. She decided to go to her granny's house and stay there for a while. She reached the village at dusk and, with relief, noticed the light in her grandmother's house. As soon as she opened the door, she found herself in her father's embrace. Gary was distraught. "Daughter, we've been so worried. Your mother is looking for you." Kimberly gave a wry smile. Dad, yesterday and this morning, she was looking for you and cursing everyone. Look, I'm not going back to that madhouse. Gary sensed this was a crucial moment. His decision would affect his daughter's future. He glanced at his mother, sitting quietly in the corner. Daughter, I'm not going back either. I almost betrayed the person dearest to me, and I won't make that mistake again. Gary stayed at his mother's house. Kimberly planned to settle in the village too, but soon Heather arrived and immediately started a scene. Heather, if you make another visit like this, I'll take serious measures. I won't let you damage our daughter's mental health. Kimberly doesn't want to live with you. That's her choice, and you must respect it. Heather left and never returned to the village. Months later, Gary checked their apartment, where he'd never managed to create a happy home. It was empty, except for a note on the kitchen table. I'll never forgive you for this. Don't try to find me. The man smirked. Such self-righteousness. No one's going to look for you, Heather. Soon he was a divorced man, and he started planning a wedding. He and Tara married, and a year later they had a daughter. Mrs. Harris delighted in caring for her granddaughter, named Kathleen in her honour. Gary never saw his first wife again, though he heard through others that she'd moved far, seeking her happiness. As for Gary, he had finally realised what it means to be truly loved. Gail looked at Chad, the man she had once considered so dear and understanding, and couldn't believe what he had just said. Of course, he had always treated his mother and sister with love and tenderness, trying to take care of them, and how could it be otherwise? The father of the family had died when Chad was in school, leaving him as the only man and support for his closest relatives. From a young age, Chad felt responsible for his mother and sister, defending, protecting, and supporting them. Undoubtedly, these were wonderful qualities. Gail had initially admired his attitude toward his family, but soon she realised that her spouse was simply being used. Well, such relationships had formed between the relatives, and perhaps it wasn't her place to meddle in the affairs of adults. But the situation had imperceptibly begun to spiral out of control. Soon, Gail found herself somehow indebted to her mother-in-law and sister-in-law, presumably because she had dared to take away their only helper. After all, Gail was young, well-educated, and married to a wonderful man. She had a reliable, loving husband. How lucky she was, her in-laws would say. And how a pity it was that Alison, Chad's sister, had faced misfortune. Abandoned by her lover while pregnant, who had vanished without a trace, leaving her to raise their son alone. The mother-in-law, Rebecca, had remained a widow, raising 2 children by herself. Now, with failing health and diminishing strength, she still had to help her daughter and grandson. These 2 defenceless, unfortunate women, with their complicated destinies, stood in stark contrast to lucky Gail, who had supposedly been blessed with so much happiness in life. By their strange logic, this meant that she also owed some support to these 2 destitute souls. Gail had turned a blind eye to it all until now, but today Chad's words were too much. She finally snapped and told her spouse everything that had been building up inside her. After this, she suddenly felt lighter, and Chad appeared deep in thought. Speaking so directly wasn't in Gail's nature, but now she felt no regret. On the contrary, she rejoiced at finally finding her voice. Gail and Chad had met right after graduation, working at the same company. He in engineering, she in the economic department. They were both young, inexperienced specialists, eager to work, somewhat ambitious, and energetic. They had much in common. Naturally, they quickly grew close, with an instant mutual attraction. Chad had been open about his feelings, expressing them directly to his young girlfriend. His sincere words had given Gail goosebumps. She felt the same way, genuinely drawn to this handsome, mature, and responsible young man. As they grew closer, Gail began to understand the source of his practical nature and household skills, qualities that had assured her she'd found someone dependable. Since adolescence, Chad had assumed his father's role. His mother and sister had remained stunned and confused for a long time after their loss. The boy had been forced to take charge and care for his relatives. All household maintenance fell to Chad, fixing faucets, hanging wallpaper, dealing with faulty switches. He even started working part-time, first at a car wash after school, then as a server at a fast food restaurant. His mother's job paid poorly, and her endless illnesses prevented her from seeking better employment. Who would hire such a worker? Besides, the theatre where she worked as a cloakroom attendant was conveniently close to home, and there were many other excuses. Chad's income helped support the family. Who else could do it but him? Alison was Chad's younger sister, though the age gap was small. While her brother had matured quickly after their father's death, Alison had remained a fragile, defenceless child for far too long. Their mother had constantly impressed upon Chad his obligation to protect and care for his sister. "She's so fragile, so tender, so naive," she used to say. Chad tried his best, desperate for his mother's approval, and wanting to live in a way that would have made his late father proud. Gail had pieced this all together from his stories, though Chad himself seemed blind to how his mother and sister manipulated his noble feelings. Back then, she hadn't dared express her opinion to him. First, she wasn't entirely confident in her conclusions. Second, she knew that meddling in another's family's dynamics was dangerous territory. Still, she pitied Chad. He struggled to advance his career while trying to be everything to his mother and Alison. His exhaustion was evident. Alison had been a demanding and spoiled creature since childhood, constantly requiring attention and adoration. That was simply her nature. She possessed no outstanding qualities. Ordinary, unremarkable appearance, short, slightly overweight. Her eyes were beautiful, though, a wonderful turquoise shade. Alison emphasized this unique feature with makeup and clothes, considering herself an irresistible beauty and intellectual. Alison started dating boys early on. They gave her what she craved most: admiring looks, compliments, attention. It wasn't free, of course, but Alison was willing to barter for the sake of feeling unique and popular. Boys followed her in hordes, much to other girls' envy. Alison had found an easy path to such fame, considering it a small price to pay for being the school queen. Though, in Gail's firm conviction, Alison was only a queen in her own eyes. Chad couldn't rest easy about his sister's turbulent personal life. He felt responsible for her, but couldn't keep up with the young beauty, physically lacking the strength between school and work. As for their mother, she saw nothing wrong with her daughter's numerous romances. "What's wrong with that? Alison is beautiful and has the right to date whoever she wants. She's smart. She won't make mistakes. She'll find a rich husband and live well. Is that so bad?" she would say. "Looking at her, I realise I missed out in my youth. Alison is right. When else should she go out if not now?" Chad never told his mother about the school rumours concerning his sister. Why worry her? He tried handling Alison's suitors himself. But what could he do when his sister opposed his intervention? Time passed. Chad graduated from school and entered university on a scholarship. Rebecca rejoiced for her eldest, but shared her concerns. "I thought you'd grown up and would start earning good money, at least in construction," she said.
Do you know how much our neighbour's grandson makes there without any education? And here you are back to studying. What about us?" Chad assured his mother he would keep his cafe job and might find something better, and the woman somewhat settled down. Alison's final year of school was tumultuous. She had a new boyfriend. Not some boy her age, but a young businessman she met online, or so she claimed. He lived in a distant city on the other side of the country. He owned a business dealing with fish deliveries. Alison didn't care about the details. The young lady was solemnly interested in admiring Tom's photos. There he was in his luxury car, there posing against palm trees at an expensive resort. The young man seemed to live well, his business apparently thriving. After New Year's holidays, Tom decided to visit his beloved. Yes, beloved. By then their long-distance romance had gained considerable momentum. Alison didn't inform her family. She spent a long time preparing and doing her makeup before meeting her beloved. Chad immediately knew his sister was going on a date. He tried asking questions, but she wouldn't admit anything. Only much later did she tell her brother the truth, when nothing could be done. Alison vanished for 3 days. Not completely, of course. She called her mother, lying about staying at various friends' houses. Rebecca believed her, unlike Chad, who remained suspicious. It turned out Tom had rented a room for 3 days in a local hotel, not the best in the city, as Alison had hoped. Tom turned out to be quite stingy, avoiding restaurants and ordering only pizza to the room. He spoke many beautiful words to his young mistress, and she tried her best to charm him further, dreaming he would take her into his seemingly rich and bright life of resorts, expensive cars and beautiful houses. 3 days later, Tom claimed he needed to return home for work. They parted well, but then the young man simply vanished, stopped all contact, and deleted his social media profile, leaving Alison unable to reach him. She sobbed for days over this betrayal, regretting that she wouldn't be a businessman's wife who wouldn't need to work or study. However, the girl quickly recovered, starting a new romance to distract herself. 3 months later, on the eve of final exams, Alison discovered she was pregnant, too long-term for any other options. The timing pointed to the elusive businessman as the father. Alison had no phone number or address. They had only communicated through social media, which he'd deleted right after leaving her for business. Chad found contacts who helped recover Tom's profile. They quickly discovered all his photos of a successful businessman's lifestyle were fake. Tom himself, if that was even his name, couldn't be found. There was no hope he would appear voluntarily. And so Chad's family gained another member. Alison named her baby Lewis. After graduating and giving birth, Alison didn't consider further education. How could she study while raising a child? It seemed to her an impossible task that few could manage. Her mother supported this decision, though Chad disagreed. He believed his sister could manage correspondence courses, especially since their mother worked part-time and could watch the child. But the young man was used to agreeing to his mother and sister, so now he also accepted their choice. He had to find better-paying work. After all, his family had grown by one more person. And so they lived, raising Lewis together. Alison neither studied nor planned to. She worked part-time occasionally, but would quickly tire and quit to stay with the child. By the time Chad and Gail met, Lewis was already a first grader, sensible and quite independent for his age. Gail couldn't understand why the boy needed constant supervision. In truth, Alison didn't supervise much. Lewis spent most time with his grandmother, while his mother focused on her personal life, making up for time lost to pregnancy and early motherhood. And of course, Rebecca and Alison were clearly unhappy about Chad's marriage. They considered him their support and helper, almost
their property. However, they initially had a wonderful relationship with Gail. Rebecca loudly proclaimed her joy at having a second daughter. Yes, that was how she called Gail. It was pleasant, though somewhat uncomfortable. Alison echoed her mother, repeatedly saying that she had always dreamed of having a sister. Lewis was also immediately drawn to Gail. The young woman noticed the boy lacked attention. It was clear that, although he lived with his grandmother and mother, neither particularly cared about his development. They had other priorities. Rebecca spent endless time with friends and visiting doctors in search of ailments. Alison was completely preoccupied with building her personal life. Initially, Gail and Alison became friends. The girls shared many common topics for conversation, being close in age. Gail found Alison's adventures fascinating. The stories sounded like plots from a TV series. As a storyteller, Chad's sister was wonderful. So in general, everything was progressing smoothly. After getting married, Gail and Chad took out a mortgage on a large apartment in a prestigious neighbourhood. Though the payments were exorbitant, both worked and believed they could manage the amount. They had to economise in many ways, but knew what they were working toward. They decided not to rush into having children. First, they needed to establish themselves and create financial stability. Though they dreamed of a baby, they realised the timing wasn't right. Chad's nephew frequently visited their family. Alison would bring him to Gail unexpected, sometimes in the evening. They lived near each other. "Let him sleep over, okay? I have a date that might last until morning," Alison would giggle. "And Mum's got blood pressure. Would you kindly help me out?" Gail would always nod in agreement. Being relatives meant helping each other, regardless of Chad being away on business trips or Gail having work to do at home. So Gail had to keep Lewis entertained. Yes, he was a quiet, calm, undemanding boy, and though Gail could have simply sat him in front of the TV or computer, she couldn't do that. Having a child visit meant cooking something special, providing entertainment and taking walks, essentially working as an evening nanny. Sometimes Alison would disappear for days, leaving Lewis with Gail and Chad, while Rebecca dealt with her blood pressure, country visits to friends, or clinic appointments. But a family is a family. Rebecca would smile warmly at Gail, often remarking how fortunate her daughter-in-law was to have a wonderful husband and a nice apartment, while lamenting that her own daughter attracted only unworthy suitors. Having witnessed Alison's many fleeting romances, Gail could have explained why this happened, but she remained silent to avoid unnecessary conflict, though she was growing weary of her mother-in-law's sudden visits and constant babysitting with her nephew, a boy who seemed unwanted, merely an inconvenience to his mother and grandmother. Meanwhile, Lewis gravitated toward Chad, and Gail grew to love him. And Rebecca and Alison took advantage of this, frequently leaving the boy with the couple. Several years passed like that, and Chad's career flourished as he became head of a large department. Though the work was demanding, the pay was excellent, and the couple decided it was finally time to pursue their dream of having children. Rebecca had long been asking for more grandchildren, though Gail couldn't understand why, since the grandmother showed little interest in caring for Lewis. Still, her mother-in-law frequently insisted they shouldn't delay having children. "You're both getting older," she would reason. "Chad's fine. A man can become a father at 70, but a woman's fertile years are limited. We need healthy, strong children. Older women usually have sickly babies, and we don't want that." Though Gail found these comments unpleasant, she acknowledged some truth in them. "Mum, everything will happen in due time," Chad would reassure his mother. "We have other plans for now." "Other plans? Or perhaps you're having difficulties? Maybe there's something wrong with your health?" Initially, Gail tried to counter Rebecca's assumptions, but eventually gave up. Her mother-in-law seemed almost pleased with her belief that her daughter-in-law had fertility problems. While she claimed to dream of grandchildren and expressed regret about the young couple's childlessness, she simultaneously praised her daughter. Alison had no fertility issues. She'd given birth to an excellent boy. The fact, Lewis's excellence, stemmed largely from his time with Gail and Chad, who helped with his schoolwork. Gail personally taught him to read, investing considerable time and effort, but she succeeded. When the first grader, barely knowing his letters, began struggling at school, Gail's heart went out to the boy. His inability to read, write, or count resulted from his mother's and grandmother's neglect. They hadn't worked with him. Gail wanted to confront her mother-in-law and sister-in-law, but chose to maintain peace. A poor peace was preferable to a good quarrel. The new relatives started irritating Gail. Their behaviour troubled her, and they apparently enjoyed discussing their daughter-in-law behind her back. This tension was palpable, though both sides maintained outward civility. Finally, the time came when Chad and Gail decided to become parents. They approached this decision methodically, both undergoing medical examinations and receiving confirmation of their health state before beginning to plan for a baby. Everything happened quickly, practically from the first try. Gail was surprised but delighted to see 2 stripes on the test. A wave of warmth and tenderness flooded her heart. Chad was overjoyed too. Their daughter, Stephanie, was born right on her due date. The young parents' happiness knew no bounds. The girl was strong, healthy, and perfect. Rebecca frequently visited her granddaughter and daughter-in-law, believing a new mother needed help. "I've always dreamed of having a daughter," she confided to her daughter-in-law. "When Chad was born, I was disappointed. Then came Alison, my ray of sunshine. Daughters are a mother's true joy. What are boys? They are just broken pieces. You can't imagine how upset I was when I learned Alison was having a boy." Gail looked at her mother-in-law in bewilderment. The woman spoke these words carelessly, not minding that her son and grandson could hear. But they seemed unfazed, probably accustomed to their mother and grandmother's thoughtless remarks. Even Lewis appeared indifferent to these words. Though Gail could have used help, Stephanie was an exceptionally calm baby. A true blessing, who slept, ate well, and smiled. Soon Rebecca's visits, however, created more problems than solutions. She would fuss over her granddaughter for 5 minutes, then spend hours chatting over tea. There was no real help, only disruption. Still, Gail kept her frustration to herself. After all, a grandmother had the right to see her granddaughter. Gail wouldn't prevent their relationship, especially since Rebecca had longed for a granddaughter. She found 10-year-old Lewis far more helpful. The teenager would stop by during his walks to entertain Stephanie and offer to run errands. Gail usually needed something, milk or bread. As Stephanie grew older, Lewis would even babysit her for short periods. He played with toys and told her stories. Gail tried not to take advantage of his help, but Lewis seemed eager to be needed. He was always enthusiastic to help. Maternity leave flew by quickly. Gail returned to work, and Stephanie started daycare. That's when the endless sick days began. Gail realized she couldn't pursue her career as intensively as before, needing to stay home with her ill daughter frequently. Chad couldn't leave his demanding job. Gail had to manage alone. She hoped Alison and Rebecca would help. Neither had ever held steady jobs, surviving on benefits and pensions, with Chad's additional support. Gail accepted this arrangement, but couldn't understand why still young Alison couldn't find work. Lewis was grown and independent now. Both his grandmother and mother had plenty of spare time now. They seemed like perfect helpers. Plus, they owed her. Gail had often babysat Lewis when he was young. It was a chance to return her favour, but things didn't work out that way. Whenever Gail asked Rebecca to watch her granddaughter, suddenly all her chronic ailments would flare up: blood pressure, heart problems, headaches, while Alison always had urgent matters. Gail eventually stopped asking, realising it was pointless. She didn't want to sacrifice her career entirely, so they hired a nanny, though leaving their baby with a stranger was initially frightening. Lewis proved helpful here too. He'd check on his little cousin after school and report back to the worried parents that everything was smoothly and the nanny was excellent. Then one day, Rebecca, without consulting her son, decided to start a business. She became a distributor of expensive household products. The family struggled financially. Her theatre wardrobe job paid very little. Alison refused to work, claiming it was beneath her. She had made half-hearted attempts but quickly quit each time. She always referred to Lewis, saying he needed care and attention, though he received neither from his mother. Instead, he endured only criticism and complaints, preferring to spend his time at his uncle's apartment or outside. Then Rebecca discovered what seemed like an easy money-making opportunity. It required significant investment, so she mortgaged her apartment. She stocked up on household chemicals that supposedly would revolutionize housework. The products sounded miraculous in the description, but reality proved different. The business failed completely. Rebecca concealed her troubles until the end, hoping to appear successful to family and friends. She only turned to her son when bailiffs arrived to inventory her property. By then the apartment belonged to the bank. When Chad learned what his mother had done, he was furious. He berated both Rebecca and his sister. Gail had to calm him down, though equally shocked by their foolishness. She knew what's done was done. They needed to address the problems now. Chad hired skilled lawyers, but even they couldn't help. Rebecca and Alison lost their home, and Lewis with them. They had nowhere to go. Chad invited them to his apartment, giving them 2 large rooms. Stephanie had to move from her spacious nursery to a smaller room to accommodate Rebecca and Alison. When Gail suggested helping them rent an apartment instead, Chad rebuked her angrily, for the first time in their marriage. "These are my closest relatives, and they're in trouble. We must stick together and help each other in difficult times." "But no buts. Mum's right. You look down on them just because you've been luckier in life." It was painful. Gail always tried to be polite to Chad's mother and sister, though their behaviour often hurt and offended her. And now living with her overbearing mother-in-law became a true test for Gail. Alison and Rebecca constantly tried to change the young family's routines. The mother-in-law criticised how her daughter-in-law managed the household, claiming she wasted food, cleaned too rarely, and didn't raise the child properly. Since Chad was always at work, staying late or away on business trips, Gail had to bear the brunt of it all. It was exhausting for her. She couldn't even relax at home anymore, because, according to Rebecca, a mother and housewife must constantly attend to household chores, even when tired from work. Sometimes Rebecca would try to help her supposedly negligent daughter-in-law, though it would have been better if she hadn't. Gail would find her belongings in unexpected places, and her mother-in-law ruined numerous dishes and clothes. Not intentionally, of course. She simply didn't know how to handle delicate fabrics or specially coated dishes. Gail endured it because she believed her mother-in-law meant well. Fortunately, Alison rarely intervened. She was barely home, spending time with her new boyfriend at sanatoriums and local resorts. Rebecca proudly boasted about Alison's wealthy admirer. She ignored both his married status and the fact that Alison's teenage son Lewis, who desperately needed guidance, was left to fend for himself. He was in 9th grade and needed to consider his future career, but no one in the family seemed to care. Rebecca quickly assumed the role of mistress in her son's apartment. She had raised Chad on his feet and considered it her full merit that her child had achieved so much. Eventually, Gail felt like an intruder in her own home. Rebecca dictated everything, what to do, when to cook, even bedtime. When Gail tried to establish boundaries, her mother-in-law would become dramatically offended, nearly crying. This would leave Gail flustered and apologising. When she complained to her husband, she received only cold, harsh responses. This was unlike Chad, who usually understood and supported her. His sudden change was both strange and hurtful. It took time for Gail to realise that Rebecca was skillfully turning her son against his wife. Through overheard conversations and careful observation, Gail discovered her mother-in-law's powerful influence over her husband. Since childhood, Chad had sought his mother's approval, and little had changed, and this revelation was deeply unsettling. Gail realised that to save her family, she needed her mother-in-law and sister-in-law to move out. She had no issues with Lewis, though. The teenager was doing well, living with his uncle and aunt. He had his own desk, received help with homework, and got proper attention. He also got along wonderfully with Stephanie. Since Gail's daughter had grown older, the woman trusted her to go on walks with Lewis. They visited amusement parks, went to the movies, and played in the yard. Gail knew Lewis would watch over Stephanie better than any nanny, never letting her out of his sight. One day, Gail proposed a solution to her husband. "Since we can afford it, let's buy an apartment for Alison and Rebecca to live in separately. It'll be better for everyone. Plus it's a good investment. Real estate only appreciates in value." After consideration and discussion with his relatives, Chad agreed with his wife's proposal, especially since they had savings and he was earning well. Soon after Rebecca and Alison moved out, Gail could finally breathe freely. She was once again the mistress of her own home. They kept Lewis's room intact. Their nephew stayed over frequently, more often than in his own home. He had ideal studying conditions, a quiet environment, a workspace, and a powerful computer. Moreover, at Gail and Chad's house, no one criticised or insulted him. Gail enrolled him in online programming courses, and Lewis excelled immediately. She was delighted that the teenager had finally found his passion, rather than aimlessly hanging around with idle friends. She had worried about Lewis falling in with a bad crowd. Unlike his grandmother and mother, who showed no concern, Gail cared about his well-being. They had wanted a girl instead of him, yet ironically, they didn't want Stephanie, their granddaughter and niece either. It made no sense. As for Gail, she stopped worrying about it. She accepted Rebecca and Alison as they were. After all, peace, even an uneasy one, was better than conflict. She minimised contact with them, though Chad still visited regularly to help with repairs or moving furniture. Gail had her suspicions, though nothing concrete. She believed Alison and Rebecca continued to turn Chad against her, as he often returned from their visits agitated, complaining about unfinished dinners or untidiness. Gail reminded him that she also worked full-time while managing Stephanie's after-school activities. This seemed to help. Life continued. Stephanie grew and thrived. She started first grade. Lewis was in his final year, planning to study programming at a university in the capital. His numerous academic competition victories practically guaranteed his admission. He looked forward to his bright future while remaining tremendously helpful to Gail and Stephanie. He picked up Stephanie from after-school care when Gail worked late. Unlike Rebecca and Alison, Lewis was dependable. Gail trusted him completely. She knew he would never forget to collect Stephanie, would bring her home safely, feed her, check her homework, and keep her entertained. Lewis enjoyed spending time at Gail and Chad's home. He often expressed gratitude to Gail for her care, remembering how she played with him, taught him to read and count, and helped with his homework. "If you hadn't enrolled me in those programming courses, who knows where I'd be now?" Lewis once said. "I was getting involved with bad people back then out of pure boredom, but programming caught my interest, drew me in, and now I'm about to become a student at a prestigious university. I'll remember what you did for me my whole life." Gail was pleased with Lewis's words. Though he had grown distant over the years, she was touched to discover that teenagers could be so sensitive and grateful. Overall, Gail's life was excellent, though her relationship with her husband was strained by periodic reproaches and misunderstandings, especially regarding his mother and sister. They still held enormous influence over Chad, who still tried to earn their approval and attention like a teenager. Though he loved his wife and daughter and tried to please them too, his mother's and sister's opinions always took precedence. It was unpleasant, but manageable, until Stephanie's diagnosis turned their world upside down. The diagnosis was serious and frightening. The girl tired easily and looked pale. Lewis, who picked her up from school, often called Gail to report the little girl's headaches. When Gail took her daughter to the doctor, Stephanie underwent the necessary tests. The day the doctor delivered the diagnosis became forever etched in Gail's memory. Her life changed at that moment. Stephanie needed serious, systematic treatment, medicines, injections, and physical procedures. Rebecca offered to help, saying she had spare time at home anyway. She started picking Stephanie up after school and taking her to hospitals. Lewis also wanted to help, but with his graduating class and numerous lessons and extra classes, the teenager simply couldn't manage it. Chad worked long hours, he couldn't get away, and Gail didn't want to burden him. He was their main breadwinner. They needed money now more than ever. Let him work. Everyone had their role. Whatever else could be said about Rebecca, Stephanie was her granddaughter. In this difficult time, the woman did come to their aid. Gail appreciated this. But then Rebecca began missing appointments. First once, then twice she overslept, and soon she was constantly complaining about her own health. Gail worried constantly. The treatment couldn't be interrupted even for a day. Stephanie's condition worsened until she could no longer attend school and had to study remotely. The little girl's strength diminished daily, and soon she wouldn't be able to handle even remote schooling. Gail tried explaining to her mother-in-law how crucial the regular hospital visits were. "You see, we can't skip procedures. It's dangerous." Yes, I'm sorry," Rebecca would say. "It won't happen again." But it did, repeatedly. Gail tried appealing to Chad about his mother. Though she knew her husband disliked criticism of his mother, she took this step. As expected, he reacted with indignation, listing all his mother's sacrifices and hardships. "I won't let you insult my mother in my own house. Mother is sacred." Gail didn't argue. She had neither the strength nor time. All her energy went to her daughter's treatment. During this difficult period, Lewis became Gail's real support. Despite his challenging studies and exam preparation, he found time to walk with a weakening Stephanie in the park, read to her, play with her, and help her with lessons. These moments gave Gail brief chances to rest. But Lewis's greatest gift was his naive teenage faith in a positive outcome. He never doubted Stephanie's recovery for a second. He always spoke of when Stephanie would be healthy, never if. Gail had to quit her job. Chad supported this decision, worried about their daughter, and glad she would have constant supervision. "That's how it should be. We're her parents. We should help her recover. We can't burden others with our problems." Chad was just repeating his mother's words. After so many years, Gail could recognize it. Now, Gail devoted herself entirely to her daughter. Chad worked from morning until night, and Gail's parents, living in another city, could only offer support by phone. Rebecca and Alison went about their usual routines, rarely visiting the apartment where seriously ill Stephanie lived. The atmosphere had become depressing, of course. The mother-in-law still visited occasionally, though it might have been better if she hadn't. These visits required Gail to serve tea with cookies or sweets, make conversation, and thoroughly clean the kitchen beforehand, hiding away the medicines and medical devices that helped keep Stephanie alive. After her mother-in-law left, Gail always felt heavy-hearted and sad. Rebecca frequently implied that Gail was to blame for her daughter's illness, suggesting she had fed or dressed the child incorrectly or missed early warning signs. Though she never made direct accusations that Gail could firmly refute, her belief in her daughter-in-law's guilt was clear. Then Lewis, Gail's helper and Stephanie's friend, who could always make her laugh, left for university. Before leaving, he had a serious talk with Gail. "I could stay here with you and enroll later," he said, looking straight into her eyes. "How will you and Stephanie manage without me?" These words touched Gail deeply, confirming again that Lewis was true family, someone she could rely on. But Lewis was young, and he should live his own life. Yet his absence would make things harder, but he needed his education. He couldn't miss this opportunity at a prestigious university in the capital. He had worked toward it for so long. Gail immediately refused his offer and insisted he go study. Lewis often called, asking about Stephanie and sharing stories from his student life. The capable young man was thriving, excelling in his studies, working part-time, making new friends, and even meeting a girlfriend. He only told Gail about Annie. He generally kept such details from his mother and grandmother, feeling no need to share with them. Lewis could discuss everything with Gail, and she was glad of it. He had grown into a good young man, intelligent, caring and responsible. Gail believed with good reason that she had contributed to this. She had spent a lot of time with the boy, something Lewis himself often acknowledged. Meanwhile, like a fierce tigress, Gail fought one-on-one with her daughter's disease, searching for doctors and researching new treatment methods. Chad worked even harder now, handling all financial matters. Each parent shouldered their part of the care, and it exhausted them both. At first, the disease seemed to be winning, with Stephanie being rushed to intensive care several times. The doctor's warning that there was no prognosis filled Gail with cold horror. The battle seemed lost. Everything was so serious. More than once, Gail wanted to give up, simply having no strength left. But the woman pulled herself together, put everything else aside, and continued fighting for her daughter's life. Stephanie grew weaker and thinner, becoming almost transparent, and for a time she couldn't get out of bed. Then Lewis found a professor in the capital and described the situation to him. After all other doctors had refused to treat Stephanie, this man agreed to include her in his experimental treatment. Gail video-called the professor, explaining her daughter's illness in detail and showing him the medical documents.
"Yes, she's precisely the kind of patient I work with,"
the grey-haired elderly man exclaimed from the computer screen, his eyes burning with enthusiasm. That's when Gail's instincts told her everything would be fine, though she dared not hope too much. Stephanie began the experimental treatment. Initially, her condition worsened. Gail wanted to stop, but the professor insisted they continue.
I understand your fear. It's terrifying to see your child in such a state. While there's no guarantee of a cure, you have no other options. If I were you, I'd take the risk.
After careful consideration, Gail realized the doctor's logic was sound. Chad supported his wife's decision, but Rebecca criticized their choice, warning them not to trust this unknown professor.
He's just after your money, the elderly woman said, pressing her lips together. The child is hopeless. You'd be better off using that money to place her in a good boarding school, where she'll be better cared for than at home or in hospitals.
These words made Gail want to lash out at her mother-in-law. A boarding school? How could she call the child hopeless? But Gail restrained herself. She needed to focus all her energy on her daughter's treatment. Time passed, and suddenly Stephanie began to recover dramatically. Her test results steadily improved, and she blossomed visibly. She laughed again, watched cartoons and ate with appetite. She became herself again. Soon she was running through hospital corridors with new friends, while Gail watched in disbelief and fear at her. Chad, too, breathed a sigh of relief. He had aged considerably during the 3 years his daughter had hung between life and death. Now Stephanie was almost perfectly healthy. The professor who had treated her shared in their joy.
She'll need special care and rehabilitation for a couple of years, with regular blood monitoring, but I can confidently say the disease has retreated permanently. We literally snapped Stephanie from its clutches. Moreover, hundreds of children worldwide in similar situations will now receive proper treatment.
Life changed again. Gradually, everything returned to normal. Stephanie started school, and though she had to work hard to catch up with her peers, she succeeded. Gail still couldn't work, as Stephanie needed extensive training, and also rehabilitation demanded her full attention. But it was such a welcome task that Gail felt completely happy. The danger had passed. That was what mattered most. Lewis, during his vacations, visited them frequently. After graduation, he brought Annie, his future bride, to his hometown and asked to stay with them. You know how mother and grandmother are. They might say something inappropriate to Annie. Gail understood perfectly well what he meant. She gladly welcomed her nephew and his fiancée, who proved to be a lovely and pleasant young woman. Everything went well for Lewis. His talent and promise earned him an immediate position at a major IT company. When he shared the news, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and Gail felt proud and happy for him. Years passed. Stephanie grew stronger. Rehabilitation was no longer necessary. She attended school and even took up sports, particularly swimming, which the professor highly recommended. Eventually, Gail realized she could return to work. Being a housewife had begun to feel confining. Something was missing. She felt stifled within 4 walls. Cooking, cleaning, and helping with housework had become an endless Groundhog Day, especially for someone who had once been a sought-after professional. Starting over after such a long break was challenging, but necessary. Chad and Stephanie supported her decision. Gail returned to the same company she'd left. Everything had changed, of course. New people occupied the top positions, and almost none of her former colleagues remained. But that was natural after so much time. Everything had to be relearned. Sometimes Gail worked late at the office, but she felt happy and fulfilled for the first time in years. Life seemed to improve in every way, though Alison and Rebecca still cast occasional shadows on it. Once Stephanie fully recovered, these women became frequent visitors again, constantly seeking help and playing on family ties. Alison kept being idle. But now other issues have arisen. Like Rebecca, before her, Alison began desperately searching for doctors, convincing everybody that she had serious ailments. Rebecca was now really old to work. Mother and daughter lived on her pension alone, and they never had enough money, so they were used to visiting Gail in the evenings. They would drink tea, talk about Stephanie, and socialise like family. Since they didn't need to work in the mornings, they would stay up late, filling Gail's ears with unnecessary neighbourhood gossip and endless chatter. And as if that weren't enough, they frequently borrowed money, lamenting their difficult circumstances. This was although Chad, as Gail knew well, gave them a substantial monthly allowance. Gail also gave money to her mother-in-law and sister-in-law, knowing full well it would never be repaid. But what choice did she have, knowing how devoted her husband was to his family? Why create another conflict? Gail wanted peace. At work, things were flourishing. She was developing professionally. Despite her long absence, she quickly reintegrated into work, catching on rapidly. Her supervisors valued her diligence and reliability. Gail climbed the career ladder, eventually becoming head of a small department. The position came with responsibilities, including business trips. Chad wasn't thrilled about this. He was accustomed to coming home to a clean house, a hot dinner, and Stephanie with completed homework. During his wife's absences on business trips, these responsibilities would fall to him. He wasn't prepared for this change. However, the trips weren't frequent. Gail always gave her husband advance notice so he could adjust his work schedule accordingly. Everything ran smoothly until Gail needed to make an urgent business trip. She tried calling Chad, but he didn't answer. It wasn't unusual. He was probably in a meeting or had misplaced his phone. Gail returned home that evening just to pack what she needed for the trip. She was rushing to catch her flight. She planned to say goodbye to Stephanie and leave a note for her husband. But Chad was home, in excellent spirits. His mother had called. She and Alison were returning. This was happy news for him. Rebecca and Alison were leaving to visit relatives in the village for a month. Chad worried about them. He still felt responsible for his mother and sister. Gail often wondered, how had they managed to bind him so tightly? Chad was strong, independent, decisive, and rarely let anyone take advantage of him. That's how he was with everyone else. But his mother and sister were untouchable. This attitude was rooted in his childhood and teenage years. Gail had even considered sending her husband to a psychologist. His behaviour seemed abnormal. Chad himself suffered from it all. "Send them my regards," Gail smiled dutifully, packing her suitcase. "What do you mean, regards? Where are you going?" Chad asked. "I have an urgent business trip for 3 days. I've sent you a message detailing Stephanie's schedule, when to take her to the pool, to school, and she absolutely must take her tests on the 3rd day." "What do you mean, an urgent business trip?" Chad was visibly angry. "My mother and sister are returning after so long, and you won't even prepare a festive dinner for them? That's disrespectful." Gail tried to maintain her composure. Lately, Chad had become increasingly sensitive about any shred of disrespect toward his relatives. "You could order restaurant delivery, and if they're hungry, they can manage that themselves." "Again, you're speaking disrespectfully about my mother." Chad lost his temper completely. "Mum is right. You hate them and constantly demean them. All they want is family time." "Chad, be quiet. You're staying home and can cook dinner. Turkey with gravy, your mother's favourite." "And Alison loves shrimp Caesar salad. I'll transfer money for groceries now." "You realise I'll lose my job if I stay," Gail said. "You don't need that job anyway, with its constant business trips and late office hours. Stay home and care for our child. Stephanie's growing up without attention. Alison's right." Gail grew indignant, choking with anger. She must have looked furious, because Chad finally fell silent and for once listened to his wife. And Gail unleashed everything. She poured out all she had bottled up inside. The arrogance and unkindness of her mother-in-law and sister-in-law, masked by fake friendliness, their constant visits, their parasitic behaviour. She reminded him how they were absent when help was needed, and mentioned Louis, whom she had helped to success in life. His mother and grandmother had ignored the boy until he became successful and wealthy. Thankfully, Louis resisted manipulation, seeing through his relatives, unlike his uncle, and kept his distance, earning himself the label of ungrateful son and grandson. After hearing his wife out, Chad collapsed into a chair. Gail felt relieved after speaking her mind. She didn't regret a single word, and realised she should have spoken up years ago. She should have voiced her displeasure directly, confronted the presumptuous relatives and shown Chad the reality instead of protecting his feelings. Gail acknowledged her part in letting things escalate so far, but she wouldn't tolerate it any more. She watched her husband, waiting for his response. His expression was unreadable. "I hope you understand," Chad finally said, "that after this we can no longer live in the same apartment. We're not a family anymore. You hate the people closest to me." "Are you crazy? Your closest family member is our daughter," Gail replied. Her voice trembled as she realised her husband had already made his choice. "Get out of here," the man said, barely containing his rage. "Go away. I can't look at you. Get out of my house." Gail nodded silently. Yes, the apartment was indeed registered to Chad. He had bought it during Stephanie's illness. There was nothing she could do about it. Rebecca had encouraged her son to formalise the property so that, despite being purchased during the marriage, it remained Chad's sole property. She certainly knew how to navigate legal intricacies when needed. Fear gripped Gail. Where would she go with a child? She had no apartment of her own. Thankfully, she had savings. She had been saving for a month-long summer vacation by the sea with Stephanie. Now those funds would have to go toward rent. Gail opened the apartment door with her key. Her own apartment. She hadn't expected this turn of events. Yet, just a month after separating from Chad, her life transformed dramatically. Now she and her daughter lived in the capital. She worked at a large company, earning a salary she couldn't have dreamed of in her hometown. Gail felt free and independent. Only now did she realise how heavily the situation with her mother-in-law and sister-in-law had weighed on her, along with Chad's constant siding with his relatives. She could breathe easier now. Help arrived unexpectedly through Louis. He had called once to check on her, and though she didn't want to burden her nephew with problems, he sensed something was wrong in her voice and pressed for answers. When Gail told Louis everything, he laughed joyfully. "Finally, you've understood. I've watched you struggle since school, never understanding why you put up with it all. I'm glad you've escaped that family." Louis's reaction helped Gail see the situation differently. This wasn't a misfortune, it was liberation, though it pained her to be without a home at her age. As if reading her thoughts, Louis called a week later to announce he had bought an apartment for her and Stephanie in the capital, near him and Annie. "Come soon," he said. "You'll have a new home, and I'll help you find work." It seemed too generous a gift to accept, but then Louis revealed just how successful he had become as a programmer. He even showed his tax returns to prove he could afford such a purchase. "Gail, You were the only one in the family who treated me humanely. My mother and grandmother ignored me. If not for you, I wouldn't be who I am today. You know, he continued, they say blood relatives aren't necessarily your closest people. That's precisely how it worked out in my life. We're close, and we should support each other. His words moved Gail to tears. When Rebecca and Alison learned that Lewis had bought Gail an apartment and secured her a high-paying job, they were furious. They came to the capital, demanding their fair share from Lewis and Gail, but left empty-handed.